All right, well, welcome everyone. We're all waiting with bated breath to see what happens in Congress with respect to the government continuing, but all we can do is watch and wait. But we've got a great group of speakers lined up for the second day of this virtual meeting. And so I'm going to hand the floor over to Bronson to talk about the COVID HPC consortium. So Bronson, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Dan. Let me put myself here in presentation mode. And have I got the sense correct?
You do.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. You finally being able to do that flawlessly only after 18 months or so of doing it a lot. All right, so thanks very much for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about the intersection between the COVID-19 High Performance Computing Consortium and sort of what we've done as part of that on Summit. For folks who don't know me, I'm Bronson Messer. I'm the Director of Science for the Oak Ridge Leadership Computing Facility. I can't imagine an audience that I would talk to that would perhaps need this introductory slide less than ASCAC. Especially compared to other audiences that I often talk to. I'm sure that this body is very well aware of what we do in Oak Ridge with the LCF and what our mission is. Nevertheless, I think this pithy statement of our mission is rather germane to what I'm going to talk about today. And in particular, this line about us being able to field resources to tackle global challenges. And if the COVID-19 pandemic isn't the apotheosis of a global challenge, I can hardly think of another. There are some others, but it's a prime example. The other part of our mission statement, the tactical part, sort of what we do, is with partners delivering transforming discovery. And I think that we've managed to at least go along the path towards doing that with our interaction with the COVID-19 High Performance Computing Consortium. So Barb's already shown you yesterday and in earlier meetings some information about the consortium. I'm going to do the same thing. I didn't coordinate with Barb on these slides. It's probably not complete chance that we have some of the same slides, but maybe I have a slightly different story to tell. The consortium is a model, in my opinion, a model for rapid response. It has been able to marshal the efforts of a huge amount of resources and people, including people resources, in a very short amount of time. We just went over the top with 100 projects on the consortium. And in fact, right now, to be with you, I'm missing the current matching committee meeting, where I think we have this week we have one project who's going to be available for matching. I think it's actually a follow-on to an earlier project, but nevertheless, that pace is being maintained. That pace has been high. First, let me show you who the consortium members are, and then I'll return to tell you a little bit more about the pace of what we do. You've seen this slide too. This list of the consortium members. This is composed of what I would call the usual suspects, things you might expect, the bulk of the DOE's computing complex, the bulk of the NSF's computing complex, lots of cloud providers, especially domestic ones. But I want to call your attention to maybe two pieces of this list that perhaps get overlooked sometimes. One are all these contributors from academia. Smaller resources, in many cases, some of them quite large, but somewhat smaller, that have been offered by academic partners. I can tell you that, for example, RPI was very active, especially in the earliest days of the consortium, providing not only resources, but assistance with a lot of projects. The other one is these affiliates that are over here on the far right. Like the rest of the membership, these affiliates, in some cases, they are contributing hardware resources. But in a lot of cases, or software resources, but in a lot of cases, what they're really contributing is expertise and help. And that's certainly very much in our wheelhouse as well. It's one thing to offer access to Summit to be able to attack some of these problems, but sort of the special sauce, and what we definitely consider the special sauce for our mission period, are the people that we can deploy to be able to help with any sort of investigation. You can also see that we also now have some international affiliates. adding to this mix. I think Barb also showed you this slide to tell you something about the very early days. This sort of pace that's sort of encoded in this picture has continued a pace now for 18 months or so. We still sort of have this weekly cadence where we're constantly reviewing proposals, trying to get matches, and it is something that's I can say for me has become part of my everyday work life every week, right? The very first email that I have about the consortium is actually my mail school tells me was on March 18th. So shortly after the concept was finalized. We actually have some projects that I'll go on to tell you about that were already approved for access to our machine. And then we supplemented those projects with additional time through their proposal in the HPC consortium. So we have a handful of projects that actually predate anything on this slide that are also consortium projects. So to that end, let me tell you what kind of things the consortium is concerned with. For the most part, it's what you might expect, although it's the attack on the virus is an important thing, period. Basic science has been important, including viral structure, viral evolution, the environmental effects. Therapeutics, of course, is forefront in people's mind. Target discovery, small molecule design, protein design, drug repurposing. That's been one of the most popular strategies to try to attack the virus since because of the pressing need to be able to get something out there for therapeutics somehow. And then, of course, we're all concerned with patient trajectory and outcomes, of course, things like epidemiology and detection methods, but things as prosaic as medical technology and the supply chain as well have been primary foci of several of the consortium projects. If you look at our portfolio on Summit, we have 11 projects out of that 100. We've allocated 1.42 million Summit node hours to date to these projects. As I was alluding to earlier, this represents a bit more than half of all the projects that we have allocated and a bit more than half of all of the allocated time to COVID-19 related research since March 2020. Several of the projects that are on this list also made use of resources offered by other consortium members, either before they got to Summit, after they did their work on Summit, or concomitantly at the same time, including things like Google Cloud, TAC, local resources at IBM. One of the things that we've done to make sure that this work actually gets done is to enable the COVID-19 projects to run at exactly the same queue priority as our premier allocation program, Insight. We give Insight projects in general a bit of a boost in the queue to make sure that they can get their work done. From the outset of the COVID consortium, that same priority has been afforded to the COVID-19 projects because of their importance. So then if we return, so here's the list of projects on the machine, along with the PIs. You can see several motifs are going to recur throughout a lot of these projects. And I think that that's mostly because what Summit is really good at. Summit is the most powerful hybrid CPU, GPU machine ever built. There are a handful of things that it's really, really good at. Importantly, it can do anything. That's one of the joys of having one of the most powerful supercomputers in the world. There is no one premier app. Summit is good at a wide variety of science, a wide variety of engineering, including AI and ML. But there are some things that it is uniquely good at. For example, attacking things like viral structure, small molecule design, and drug repurposing because of its inherent, almost overwhelming advantage at doing MD, comparable to only a handful of platforms on the planet. In addition, the ability to have an AI-enabled workflow along with these things is another thing that Summit's very good at. So there is sort of a natural selection effect, if you will, for the projects that we've mostly attacked. Just to give you a flavor of some of those projects. So I picked out this project by James Gumbert from Georgia Tech, determining the contribution of glycosylation to SARS-CoV-2 S protein conformal dynamics. So it turns out that a common strategy, if you will, for a virus is to sort of sheathe itself in carbohydrates, these glycans that are formed by glycosylation, and sort of wrap the spike protein. So in A here in the middle of the figure, you actually see a model of the end of the spike protein. Those little red spheres are these glycans that sort of shroud the spike protein from the immune system. They do a pretty good job of hiding the protein from the immune system. But they also, like almost everything that I'm going to tell you about here, actually influence the structure and therefore the function of much of the action of the virus. So it matters a lot where these glycans actually append themselves onto the spike protein, and they have a direct dynamic effect on how the spike protein actually works, how it infiltrates the cell. I think that's fascinating. Over here on the far right, you actually see a top-down picture with this little cap that you can see in the left panel labeled D, I think, over here on the far left, where there's this one little hinge piece of the spike protein that can flip open or close to actually make the dock with the ACE2 receptor on the human cell. This in general has to be open. It turns out that there's one particular antibody, this BD368-2, whose epitope, that is the active site where it's actually going to bind to the antigen. It doesn't matter if that sort of little hat is open or closed. What really matters is, because the epitope's sort of away from that, this particular antibody can always attack the spike protein. And so that's why it's been shown to be experimentally a pretty effective antibody. So now we have an explanation because of this work. I see a question. Ben?
Yeah, it's Vin. I never pass up an open microphone, as everybody knows. Look, one of the things that I'm extremely interested in, which is related to this, has to do with the mRNA viruses and what they generate, since they're producing a spike-like protein in order to trigger the immune system. The question is whether the mRNA vaccines actually generate something that can bind to ACE2. In addition to triggering the immune system. And if that's the case, then there might be some really interesting and possibly not great side effects of an mRNA vaccine. No idea whether you know anything about that, but it's vaguely, maybe even more than vaguely, related to the analysis of the spike protein. I see you're either hacking or coughing or laughing.
No. It is in fact intimately related. I don't know any of the very current latest stuff, but I think there are a couple of slides and a couple of projects later that actually speak directly to this point, right? And especially not only the generation, but mostly about how the messenger RNA encodes proteins and actually how that affects how the virus infiltrates the cell. So there'll be a partial answer, I think, or at least a little more information to lead you along a little bit later. So this is what I would consider a very traditional part of our portfolio as far as the consortium is concerned.
Any other questions just before we go on?
Sure.
So we have a break. All right. I don't see any wildly gesticulating hands, so please go ahead.
Okay, got it. So that had been spun up before the middle of last calendar year. Then something interesting happened in basically the middle of last calendar year, end of June, very beginning of July. We installed a handful of new nodes in Summit. We expanded Summit with CARES Act funding to provide 54 more nodes. These 54 nodes are a little bit different than the rest of Summit. In fact, they each have double the high bandwidth memory on the GPUs and 4 times the DDR4 and non-volatile memory on each node. Because of that, we actually run them as a separate queue, a separate partition of the machine. In general, we can put them back in the general population if we really, really want to, but it turns out that running them as a separate partition has been very advantageous for a handful of projects because we're able to offer this sort of special queue with these special sort of characteristics versus the rest of the machine, especially projects that, for example, need to train on very large data sets, but are not data parallel, which encompasses a large number of possibilities. These nodes are perfect for that kind of work. And in fact, we have a good example of a project that made use of these nodes in this project by Jennifer Diaz, who was formerly at the Icahn School of Medicine, is now at UCLA. Importantly, I should say, she did this work through the bulk of last year while she was moving across the country. And oh, by the way, she also had a baby. It's remarkable that this work was done in this short amount of time with all those external, the externalities of the pandemic have been important for us all, but goodness gracious, I think this is an especially interesting story. The aim here was to identify pairs of drugs that can synergistically perturb the human cell network. So the notion of taking two drugs and being able to have an effect that's greater than the sum of its parts. She used a random forest machine learning algorithm that she had developed as part of her thesis to develop a classifier to learn how molecular profiles can be combined. The pilot set was about 22,000 drugs. You can sort of do the combinatorics yourself and figure out how many possible pairwise combinations. She also did tripartite combinations as well, but for the most part, it was pairwise. And used the set that were most like the classifier's training set. And we'll get back to that point in just a second, that turns out that's an important consideration if you want to do things quickly. Top 5 drugs pairs were picked out of that as far as their efficacy, their apparent efficacy goes, and that was actually communicated to a collaborator of hers at the Icahn School of Medicine in the wet lab. And she's planning a 1 million drug screen in the near future because we were able to enable this this workflow effectively on these COVID so-called COVID cabinets on Summit. So we now explored basic molecular dynamics and something that I would consider a very canonical, if there is such a thing nowadays, machine learning algorithm to attack the virus. Now we're starting. Now we can talk about actually bringing those two things together. And a good example of that is this project by Ken Dill from Stony Brook. It turns out that when the virus hit, it's a novel coronavirus. It had some novel proteins in its proteome. And by April 2020, only 8 of them had been experimentally determined as far as their structure goes. This is an immediate impediment to being able to understand how drugs can be brought to bear on hampering the activity of the virus. This particular project uses a workflow called MELD, modeling employing limited data, to sort of guide the possible configuration space for a set of molecular dynamic simulations. So molecular dynamic simulations are being done over long time trajectories. So you get a sort of a Boltzmann population of possible states, but where you actually can go along those trajectories does use whatever the available data is from protein structure data sets like CyPred or TR Rosetta to be able to guide it in sort of a Bayesian way. They note that one of the most challenging parts of the project was there was a real lack of predicted residue contacts. So where the proteins actually come together. That's important because that's sort of the discriminator that the machine learning algorithm actually uses to be able to cut down the configuration space. But if you think about it for just a second, it's probably not that surprising. These were novel proteins. They weren't available in any of the databases because they were novel and didn't have structures. So they were quite unlike in many ways other proteins that were in those databases. Importantly, they've made their structure predictions public. You can go to GitHub at this URL. You can download them. They're protein database files. You can then I use to make this figure, I use the NCBI's viewer for PDB files, and you can immediately take a look at the structures for yourself. I think that's a pretty remarkable thing. As somebody who uses visualization in their own scientific work so much as an astrophysicist, the fact that I can go and do visualization like this straightforwardly is a pretty amazing thing. So that's a good example of having sort of a co-equal MD and ML sort of project going on. A much larger, more ambitious project was undertaken by Sindhu Bhowmik here at ORNL with a cast of characters among his collaborators here. They've done lots of different, mostly machine learning, mostly structural and function studies all around COVID-19. I wanted to highlight one of these, which was this key antiviral drug targets through the main protease of the virus. So this is interesting. Rather than sort of focusing on the structure of the spike protein, exactly how it attaches itself to the ACE2 receptor, it concentrates on the so-called main protease of the virus. So it turns out that the way the virus actually makes havoc in your body is the virus infiltrates the human cell, and then of course it uses its nice protected position in there in the human cell to replicate itself. Well, how does it replicate itself? Well, all that RNA that it's essentially its payload codes a bunch of proteins, a so-called polyprotein, so one big long string of proteins. And then it also builds a couple of proteases, including the so-called main protease that acts basically as a set of smart scissors to cut that polyprotein into constituent proteins. Importantly, the rest of the virion coat for the virus, the spike protein itself, a few catalysts, that kind of thing. And so they were actually able to tell by comparing the main protease structure of several different coronaviruses and using a clustering algorithm, using a variational autoencoder, they were able to determine that actually SARS-CoV-2 and SARS were very similar in their main protease structure and the dynamics of that structure as compared to MERS, which is another coronavirus that if you do a Google search, you can see has been in the news in the past decade or so. So even though these two coronaviruses are very similar to one another, they have very similar RNA sequences, the main protease that they're encoding for are quite different, and they actually act differently because of that. So perhaps drugs that are effective against MERS-CoV aren't as effective on these newer coronaviruses. This is important because vaccine development in particular in the past, before we had mRNA vaccines, has really made a lot of, really paid a lot of attention on sort of crippling the main protease for various viruses to make sure that that the virus can't replicate. It sort of has let the virus into the cell, but then has tried to arrest its replication by attacking the main protease. And understanding exactly how it does that, I think, is important. And of course, the sort of the tour de force calculation that we had as part of our COVID consortium participation was the ACM Gordon Bell Prize winner from Romeo Morrow and collaborators, who did a tour de force calculation, MD calculation of the entire virion coat. So 305 million atoms of the entire protein coat of the virus, including the spike proteins, every bit of that little spiky ball that has become such a logo for the virus and part of our collective unconscious, it seems, at this point, because we've seen artist renderings of it over and over. But I really like this Gordon Bell project. I think it is a large simulation that could not have been done on anything except one of the world's largest supercomputers, but it also has a very clear open-ended path to more investigation to actually derive scientific insight from it, which I think is something that sometimes is lacking in such large hero calculations. But here, being able to take the data that's been obtained from this very large MD simulation can be fed directly into an ML workflow to be able to understand some of the dynamics that are obtained from the structure information that you get from the molecular dynamics. So in summary, just to reiterate that what the HPC consortium is this public-private consortium that provides access to the world's most powerful high-performing computers to advance the pace of scientific discovery. OLCF, we've been a partner from this endeavor literally from its inception, from the first day, and we've provided a unique set of capabilities. From my perspective, as sort of the person who is responsible for making sure that the allocations on the machine are distributed according to priorities, various priorities. I think that the most interesting part of the consortium was the ability of us at OLCF to what I call open our aperture to projects that perhaps wouldn't have made their way to us beforehand, and that we could uniquely impact on the way to getting scientific insight. I can say that there's been some projects where the individual proposers have asked for a certain resource. During the matching committee discussions, we've instead said, that's probably a pretty good project candidate for Summit because we can do this, this, and this. And the proposers in many cases have said, yeah, of course, we'd love to run on Summit because we think that's probably a pretty good target. The obverse has happened as well, right? People have asked for Summit, and we've actually pointed them to smaller resources that their particular code base would more immediately be able to run on, because we wanted to make sure that overall the path to insight was as uncluttered as it possibly could be. So with that, I'll ask for any further questions that you might have, and thank you very much for your attention.
All right, Bruce, and then Ben.
Yeah, thanks, Bronson. Very interesting talk, very interesting work. As I'm sure you know, there have been discussions about institutionalizing this concept of an HPC resource for dealing with national level needs that are unanticipatable. Can you say anything, can you educate the committee about those conversations?
Well, I think, Barb, of course, would know the most about that because she's been intimately involved in this notion of a national strategic computing resource. But I think that the lessons that we've learned during the HPC consortium go a long way to inform us, that we now have an existence proof. So I think we're content with the fact that we could do such a thing. These are very valuable resources in many, many cases. So we have to be careful that we are actually using them. And what does a reserve mean? It cannot possibly mean that we're actually holding back time. It has to mean that we're able to deploy quickly new allocations, stand up new projects, get them enabled, get them running as fast as possible. I think that the coordination that we've already shown through the consortium says that this is something that actually could be done. But it will require an understanding of everybody's, all the possible providers' needs, their policies, ultimately their missions. I think we also have a model here to be able to do that, to be able to understand that and promulgate it to all the possible members of a strategic reserve like this. So I don't know myself exactly where those discussions are. Maybe Barb wants to comment exactly where they are, but I know that they're more than incipient. They're maybe well on their way.
Barb, do you want to say anything before Vince jumps in?
Just briefly, I mean, there was a request for information months ago, and the consortium responded, and right now and I think the government response is currently under discussion. So I anticipate something coming out soon on, what was the result of this RFI. In the meantime, the consortium is planning a series of workshops to understand what high performance computing can do in addressing national emergencies and disasters such as wildfires, efforts like climate, extreme events. I think there's also something on biosecurity being planned. So watch for those workshops.
All right, thanks, Barb. Vin?
All right, back to you, Dan.
So it's Vin again. Actually, that last comment triggered another idea, but let me first ask about when I look at the imagery that purports to show the three-dimensional structure of the virus, for example, I honestly confess I can never understand. I never derive much insight from any of those things. They just look like a whole bunch of squiggly lines all over everywhere, and I can't get the 3D aspect of it. Maybe there's ways of viewing that with real 3D presentations. But I'm impressed by anybody that can actually look at that and derive useful information from it. But here's the question. Do you suppose we know enough at this point that we could actually animate the assembly of the SARS-CoV-2 virus in situ in the cell, watching the actual process of the proteases cutting things up and assembling them? Do we know enough at this point to actually animate that?
My understanding is we do know enough about the most meaningful epochs of that whole assembly. But I think that's an open question, maybe related to your observation that it's sort of hard to look at 3D structures of very complex biomolecules and be able to derive a lot of insight from them. I think there's an open question about looking at that while it happens. Is it really the most useful thing, or is it much more useful to think about being able to equate structure with function somehow, and then and dynamics, and then sort of understand what the serialized dynamics actually have to look like. Is it useful to sort of see a movie of that whole assembly process, or is it better to try to understand the sub pieces and sort of put away the notion that I'm going to look at it sort of soup to nuts every time?
Well,
I think that's very much an open, practitioner's sort of art thing, right?
Well, the whole purpose behind understanding what that dynamics is to see whether you could interfere with it in some useful way. And of course, things take place in 10 to the minus 18 seconds, so that's a little hard to figure out how to interfere. Let me just ask a very different question, and having to do with the notion of a national super computing resource. One of the things that we've encountered in the cloud world is a great desire among the users of clouds to be able to move their computations from one cloud to another. At Google, we ended up developing something we call Anthos, which is intended to give an abstraction layer that in theory can be supported by any of the major cloud providers, giving the users the opportunity to potentially move their computations between clouds. The reason I bring this up is that I wonder whether there needs to be an abstraction layer, or could there be usefully be an abstraction layer, which would allow a party in need of supercomputing resources to compose a program that could be run on a number of different supercomputing resources, because the abstraction layer is common and is commonly supported. Now, I don't know whether what I just said is actually even parsable, let alone makes any sense. But if you wanted to respond rapidly to something, it might very well be having some sort of commonality like that would be very effective.
It's not only parsable. I can be completely upfront with you and tell you that less than 24 hours ago, I had a discussion about it, almost exactly this very topic, right? I think it also goes to Ben's talk yesterday about a vision for overall DOE facilities. This notion of moving data to compute, but doing so facilely. And I don't like the notion of doing so invisibly. That doesn't make sense to me, right? There has to be some intent, right? Just to make it as simple as possible, but no simpler, I think. And that's that. And I think the current thinking, at least here at Oak Ridge, and I can say I think in other parts of the DOE, there's a little bit of a thought that maybe just effective APIs are the way to go to be able to do this. Right? That's the thing that we're going to need to present to end users to give them a chance to be able to do this kind of work. Then there's a ton of sort of quote unquote back of the house software development that has to go on to make it actually enabled. But yeah, I completely understand your comment, and I can tell you that we're actually thinking about it really hard.
All right, why don't I just have one quickie myself, and because I'm conscious that we're stealing time away potentially from Sandy. But one of the challenges at the high end, of course, is being tall enough to tack the city in terms of capable of using the machines can be a challenge, particularly for people who haven't, that isn't their bread and butter. Were there instances where you were sort of able to broaden the base of people who had important questions but weren't necessarily HPC experts?
Thanks for saying that, Dan. And it's really what I was trying to communicate with my last comment here, right? Jennifer Diaz is not an HPC user. Right, when she started, and she could have done, if somebody had given her a Pile GPU, she may have been able to do this problem. She probably wouldn't have been able to do it as effectively, or to have a vision for the future that was nearly as effective. So I think that the consortium allowed us to, like I said before, open our aperture to projects that perhaps we wouldn't think about, or more importantly, wouldn't think about us as a possible destination, and gave them the opportunity to get a shot at that. And I think, most times when you give people an idea of what actually is possible, smart people step up and they figure out how to make use of that.
Great. Thanks, Bronson. I appreciate it. I appreciate the lively questions. Great work. I want to hand the floor to Sandy Landsberg, who's going to give us an update on the Committee of Visitors. So, Sandy.
Great, thank you, Dan. And I think Hikmet is going to push my slides for me. Perfect. So thank you very much for having me here today. I'm going to, again, provide a draft of the Oscar Research Committee of Visitors brief. Our committee is still working on the final report. We still have some things to come to agreement on. So there won't be a vote today, but hopefully we'll give you a real good idea of our findings and recommendations. I was the chair, and as most of you know, I'm with the Office of Naval Research. Next slide, please. So the Oscar Research Committee of Visitors, the programs we reviewed included applied mathematics research, computer science research, computational partnerships, and research and evaluation prototypes. Keep in mind the period was fiscal years FY16 through FY19. So that's really important. And we conducted this COV August 18th and 19th. We did this virtually. And if you just go to the next slide, please. I noticed our committee of visitors was very diverse. We spanned, COV and COVID, we spanned 10 time zones. That is truly impressive. Bill Johnston was on Pacific time, and then David Keyes was doing this from Saudi Arabia at King Abdullah University for Science and Technology. As such, the virtual time period was 6 hours that we were able to do this. But again, I was extremely happy for my colleagues to participate. Wolfgang Bangerth from Colorado State, Amadina Shelkinova from NSF, Tatiana Sursik from DARPA, Rudy Eigenman from Delaware, Fariba Farouk from AFOSR, Jeff Hollingsworth from Maryland, Bill Johnston, who's retired from NERSC, David Keyes, who most of you know quite well from KAUST and also still affiliated with Columbia, myself, formerly a program manager in Oscar and now with Office of Naval Research, Juan Meza, and Guglielmo Scovazzi. So again, I felt the committee had a lot of technical depth and a lot of familiarity with Oscar to cover those 4 research areas. Next slide. So the COV charge should be familiar to many of you. This is the same charge that I saw when I was a program manager at Oscar. The reason I'm highlighting this is the way this presentation is structured. We're going to go through each one of those areas, applied math, computer science, and I'll tell you the findings, some comments, as well as recommendations based, and it'll be 1A, 1B, 2ABC, but some headers as well. It was really looking at the Oscar research processes for both lab projects and university projects, looking at soliciting, reviewing, recommending proposals, monitoring active projects. Part 2 is really what is the impact of that award process on depth and breadth of the portfolio elements, the degree to which they anticipated emerging challenges, and the national and international standing. So that's what the charge was. Next slide. So one of the things we are allowed to do, and I'm really thankful for this, is to elevate some of the things we saw across the entire Oscar COV and put forward key findings and key recommendations. There are going to be 5 key findings, so this is spread over 2 slides, and the 5 recommendations correspond to the key findings. So the first one, which is really important, is that the exascale computing project was stood up during this time. There was an exascale computing initiative initially. ECP was stood up, and it had a very significant impact on the Oscar research portfolio. There also were some new efforts. Some of those were congressionally directed in artificial intelligence and machine learning, as well as quantum information sciences. So during this review period, there were significant budget reductions in applied mathematics and computer science research. Those budgets went from approximately $50 million in FY16 down to about $30 million in FY19, each one of those. So, 40% cuts. One of our first findings is we did not see a holistic plan to guide and balance the new very limited investments across Oscar research. The second finding, kind of related to the first, is it was not clear to us why programmatic shifts were made, primarily within each one of these programs, and how they are communicated back to the community. As an example, it wasn't clear, for instance, how solicitations were chosen and the associated funding levels were determined. The third finding, Oscar provided a really excellent overview of the Early Career Research Program, ECRP. It turned out the funding went from $7 million up to $10 million, but there were a number of factors that impacted the number of awards. And I'll get to that in 1 minute because it doesn't just affect ECRP, but other parts of the program. But we really want to thank Oscar. They did a great job of showing how the ECRP award winners really has significantly advanced their careers. They've gone on to be associate professors and group leads at the DOE laboratories. This asterisk at the bottom is really important. The DOE Office of Science was congressionally mandated, I think in FY14, to fully fund awards with a total value of less than $1 million. An ECRP awardee is $150,000 a year at a university for 5 years. That's $750K. Rather than being able to give out 5 of those, they could only give out 1 of those because they had to fully fund it. This also applies to applied math research, computer science research. So if you had a smaller award amount, they had to fully fund it. It did cause, we're calling it almost a perfect storm. There were budget reductions, and then they were further limited by this new mandate, and they couldn't get out of that. So I want to highlight that because it does impact other things. Next slide, please. 2 more findings. With regards to the processes, Oscar was using pre-proposals during this period, although it was largely limited to assessing in scope versus out of scope. We thought this was an excellent first step in the right direction, and we'd like them to go further, and you'll see that in a moment. The final bullet is really about the COV. It was 2 days in virtual. We had all agreed upon the agenda, but there's a lot of material in there because there were a lot of changes. So the presentations were dense. In hindsight, we really would have liked additional time for question and answer. It would have been beneficial for all. Our COV was only 2 days. I think all of us would have volunteered to stay 4. Just saying, we're signed up. The other one is PAMS. I've been a former user of PAMS. It is difficult to use. We would have really appreciated more time in the schedule, along with some expert assistance on hand to help us out with PAMS as we had questions. So again, this would be very beneficial for the next COV. Next slide. As I mentioned, these key recommendations are going to correspond to those key findings. The first one is one of our high priority recommendations, and we believe Oscar Research should identify and document what we're calling their North Star. This would include a clear vision and mission statement along with a 5-year plan. It'll provide clarity of priorities to internal stakeholders, program officers, et cetera, as well as external stakeholders. In that kind of North Star, we think they should include indicators or measures of success to evaluate progress towards those goals. So again, we feel very strongly in this. I like the word North Star because it says, hey, we're all going in this direction. There can be shifts, but we always have the end goal in mind. So that's our first key recommendation. As you saw during this period from FY16 to FY19, there were a lot of changes, and you'll see some more coming up. We believe Oscar should develop procedures to better communicate the impact of these programmatic shifts. Again, it was a quite, I'll say, turbulent period of time for Oscar. The third one, we applaud Office of Science and Oscar for their investments in early career researchers. What we noticed and want to make a recommendation is that we recommend Oscar investigate strategies to identify early and what we're calling early mid-career researchers who have significant promise and find ways to enable them to develop into PIs on larger DoD projects. I'll say that what you're going to see is that there's a lot of well-established researchers who get funding year after year. And you have all these early career, but that early to mid, we really wanted a plan, a way for Oscar to support them and let them grow. we think that Oscar should go and try to define some desirable goal for a goal for these investigators, not just with DOE lab staff, but the broader research community. I'm going to pause there because I covered a lot of key findings and key recommendations, and let people ask questions for a moment before I go into the specific programs.
Thanks, a lot of food for thought there, Sandy. So questions or comments from people? Richard.
Sandy, I was trying to understand a little bit more about what you meant about the communication about programmatic shifts that was on, I think, your first slide. Is there more insight that you could share about what worked or what didn't work, or some of the questions people had, and how did this sort of become apparent to the COV?
Sure. So again, what happened is I'm showing this up front. I'll take ECP was stood up. There were a lot of shifts out of computer science into ECP. There's a lot less funding for operating systems and all that. So there's a lot of shifts going on. And did the community, not just the DOE lab researchers, did industry, did the academics know where the new opportunities were? That's kind of a real example of one of those. SIDAC had some new opportunities as well. I was quite surprised at all the changes going on. Quantum information science was a new area. And again, some of those, I believe, had very strong communication. There were workshops. Others were a little bit less transparent. In applied mathematics, solvers and uncertainty quantification kind of got moved into ECP. And again, I think the laboratory researchers were aware of that, but were the academics and industry. So that's how this got elevated and bundled into this recommendation, that we wanted the entire community to be more aware of all of these shifts. And if something was ramping down, where can they go? Maybe not just within Oscar, but in the broader DOE community, or maybe another agency might be doing something. So you'll see this come up when I go into the specifics of applied math and computer science in SIDAC.
Thanks, Sandy.
Barb?
Hi, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate your recommendation with regard to early career researchers. I think it can be extraordinarily hard for them to, to start developing their career and making a difference, making an impact, and that means we potentially lose a lot of talent. Hopefully not in the sense of departing, but at least not being able to really fully, fully contribute what they're able to do. So thank you very much for that.
Sure, and you'll see some more of that.
Roscoe, I don't know if you want to comment on any of the, I'll plant this as a seed, and then I'll go to Karen and Vivek and come back to you about the post-ECP report and some of the insights from that about the transition to ECP. So Karen and then Vivek.
Thank you. And sorry, Vivek, I think your hand actually went up first, but
sorry,
I'll take the lead. Again, also I wanted to add my thanks for this, both for your service on this committee and also for this report. On the first bullet with regards to the kind of the strategy and the what you call the North Star. I'm just curious, if you could maybe go a little bit deeper in terms of, what are some of the, key major vectors, major directions that were discussed for the, for Oscar, and was there any kind of pushback or any kind of, tension about, where those should be?
I don't think there is pushback. I'll say what we observed, again, in hindsight, and maybe it was clear to Oscar, is obviously ECP was their priority. I'm not sure. And then, of course, AI machine learning became a priority in QIS. We didn't find that documented so that others could look to it and say, okay, I understand ECP is out there. And because of that, now Oscar's research is going to be focused on these topic areas. So I would say as well, when Oscar comes up with emerging areas and they want to make it a focal point, we believe that should be incorporated into the North Star, that people can always look at that and say, if I propose in these areas, it's relevant to Oscar. So that's what we are thinking about. There also was a lot of program officer turnover at that time, and why one program officer made a decision versus another, I think is very important. Again, if everybody has the same, place they're looking to, that's why we made this recommendation the way we did.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Vivek?
Yeah, excellent point, Sandy. I think a lot of food for thought. I wanted to focus on your observation, which we've discussed multiple times earlier in ASCAC, about reduction in research funding, coinciding with the start of ECP, and you can actually see the trend going back from FY14. Given that you all met by the end of FY21, did you also learn about trends in FY20 and 21 that may be more reassuring than what the data that you provided? Yes, we did, and we weren't allowed to comment on it. But some of our recommendations, which you'll see coming up, but that lost middle with funds being restored, is there something more that Oscar can do to make sure that these rising stars are taken care of? I'll leap ahead. There's one more key recommendation we wanted to make, and that was during this period that there really was a loss of single PI, I'll say academic researchers or small group researchers. Applied math and computer science previously had a lot. There were a lot of reductions. We understand it. But those academic and small teams and even industry help feed the entire Oscar pipeline. And we're really concerned that if they got dropped, we might lose them forever. So again, that's why our recommendation is that we try, as funds go back up, we possibly restore that to help the Oscar research pipeline in the future. And you'll see, we're going to elevate one more recommendation along that line. Excellent. I really like this observation about, the importance of this bridge from early career to developing into PIs of large projects. I think in academia, people have a number of options. You can be a PI of an NSF small project, go PI medium, and kind of work your way to then lead really large projects. And it would be great for Oscar researchers to have the same kind of paths available. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Roscoe and then Beth.
I'm thinking about the North Star idea, and it's been again, and I'm thinking it's good to have this sense of where is the organization trying to go. But I also worry a little bit about leaving room for innovation and ideas that you didn't think of. So I hope that there's some way to encourage people who don't necessarily have proposals that fit exactly the North Star direction to still say something in case it turns out to be one of those slap the forehead, holy moly, we should have thought of that.
Then you're absolutely right. We do bring up a little bit later on that we encourage Oscar to consider emerging areas beyond the ones that are known. So you'll see that. Yes, it's not meant to be exclusive, but it is meant to be a way, hey, once that emerging area becomes real, make it part of the North Star.
Roscoe?
Yeah, I didn't have a lot to say. I think these issues did overlap considerably with what we talked about in the transition report and the section about research and looking at the impact of ECP. I don't know if Sandy's going to talk more about some aspects of that. One kind of question that is reflected, I think, indirectly in the North Star idea is the sense of whether one is looking at long-term research whose impacts will develop over longer time periods versus very short-term. And in some of the discussions, certainly we had in looking at ECP, I think there was a feeling that people who had been working on longer-term research were shifted in the context of ECP into things that had more immediate and direct relevance to the development program. So I think talking about that in the longer term is probably important as well.
So Roscoe, I'll get ahead a little bit. We do make some recommendations that OSCAR should put together measures of success for some of these long-term programs. There have been very, the applied math research, the mimic centers. Let's put together, we call it measures of success, but it's also ways to highlight the value of this long-term research as well. So yes, that's one of our recommendations, and we do value that. So Dan, I do have a whole bunch more slides.
Yep,
but
I was
I'm
about
more
to
than
say,
happy
let's-
to go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, Hikmet. So I'm going to move a little bit quickly in some of these because they're more informational and try to really hit the important points. Applied math research, what we noticed, there were 2 mimic solicitations. These are these large mathematics centers that I happened to stand up back, I believe, in 2010. Great to see that they're still going. And there was 1 express solicitation. Observation here, there are a very, very large number of full proposals to the solicitation relative to the number of awards. Applied Math program has a robust set of procedures for reviewing and recommending proposals. Another observation which we got at, and it's why we made that earlier recommendation, most of the applied math laboratory awards and the mimics lead principal investigators are well-established researchers. It's not to say they're not proposing new work, but it is a well-established group. And this is where, how do we get that early and mid-career to rise up to the next level? We want to give kudos to OSCAR and the Applied Math program for transitioning an early career awardee to the Applied Math Lab program. That's great. However, largely many of those were established researchers, close colleagues of mine who are in their 50s and 60s out there and have been a part of the program for many, many years. We do acknowledge Applied Math's decision to preserve the core laboratory research during this difficult period. Couple recommendations, you saw one of these before. Implement this pre-proposal process. Applied mathematics gets a very large number. It's a burden to the program officers. It's a burden to the research community. And we do know since this time, OSCAR is implementing a pre-proposal process. The other thing, and again, this is a little bit forward-looking, as they do have more solicitations and more opportunities to bring in researchers, develop mechanisms to increase the diversification of PIs to continuously bring in new thinking. So next slide, please. What I'd like to do is go through the math recommendations. We can take a pause at the end. In terms of monitoring active awards, the math program officers really have an excellent understanding of the Applied Math program, do an excellent job of monitoring it. They have PI meetings, they get annual reports. They're doing all the right stuff. Here's where, Roscoe, it goes back to a recommendation. Establish what we're calling measures for the math centers, measures of success and highlights of the math centers and camera and the long-term projects. I say to document, it's not quite document, it's to highlight and show the impact and effectiveness of these programs, because that gets to that thing of why do I need long-term research? So we thought it would be really good if they did establish these measures and begin to document for the community. Next slide, please. With regards to the breadth and depth of the portfolio elements here, overall, Applied Math Research has a really strong cadre of established world-class researchers in their core areas, just no doubt about it. One of our findings, and you'll see this a couple times, the Applied Math program, it had the open solicitation, but they were unable to make any new awards to single PIs at universities or small group PIs. It was just a funding limitation. They had to make some very hard decisions. So our comment is we commend them for not reducing the budget of the DOE at the DOE laboratories, but we're very concerned about the impact on academic collaborations and the future workforce pipeline. So this recommendation, and you'll see this in applied math and computer science, we're recommending that Oscar reestablish university-based small group in a single PI program to increase the diversity of research projects, to germinate new ideas, and really forge new university and lab partnerships. Going on, in terms of emerging challenges, Oscar did address artificial intelligence and machine learning. You'll hear a little later, quantum test beds was another new Oscar research initiatives. They provide a really great opportunity for applied mathematicians to develop new algorithms out there. We encourage that the Oscar program managers encourage the mathematicians in their program to get onto these systems. We really recommend Oscar explore new and emerging areas beyond their current initiatives. Vint, that gets to your comment. Tell us what's new out there. And again, actually the recommendation to develop mechanisms to encourage mathematicians to experiment on these test beds. It looks like we don't have any comments on national or international standing. We just didn't have recommendations at this time. So actually, if you just go back one slide to applied math, I want to go to the prior one. I want to stop here and see if there are any questions on the applied mathematics recommendations.
Any questions or comments? All right, press on.
Press on. Perfect. The computer science program, as you heard, computer science and math really do kind of run parallel to one another. They both had these large budget reductions. They issued 2 new solicitations. You'll see one was related to machine learning for scientific discovery. The other one was a new area on transparent optical quantum networks. What was interesting in computer science, or slightly different than math, is that they made a substantial number of awards to labs and universities. I actually counted up, there were 28 awards in this period all through the open call. So math and computer science each went a little bit differently right there. We do say that of these awards to the open call, many of those were to established PIs. It wasn't clear how many were new to us. And here's where we say computer science was impacted by ECP, that a lot of effort shifted over there. So we recommend that Oscar develop ways, again, to inform the community about related projects that the PIs may consider, especially for programs that are being reduced. In this particular case, software stack and IO, in terms of what was supported in Oscar research, dwindled virtually to 0. There were other opportunities in Oscar with ECP. There might have been other opportunities across Office of Science, et cetera. So this gets back to that kind of key recommendation on communicating shifts to the broader community out there. With regards to the processes to monitor active awards and projects, again, Oscar has a long history in applied math and computer science of doing PI meetings. They're extremely effective. They bring everybody together. We really applaud them for doing that. They have annual reports. So we had no recommendations in this area. Next slide. With regards to the breadth and depth, Oscar Computer Science, even with the stand-up of ECP, they maintain significant presence in areas such as AI, machine learning, and data management and workflow and visualization. As you see, the areas that decrease, and we don't call them out, but related to ECP, it goes to the next one. Operating systems, compiler runtime, receive very little funding. Again, a lot of that was covered with ECP, but let's think about it. ECP was near term. Roscoe's point is that computer science research is long term. So it really kind of dried up the long-term basic research in these areas. Hopefully, as funding is restored to these areas, they can go and reinvest in the highest priority areas. Vint, I'll take your question now.
This is actually an observation. It came up yesterday, and it has to do with the fact that we are moving into a period of time when there is more heterogeneity in the processing capabilities of our supercomputer systems, and that has a very direct impact on the runtime environment and compilation. And so I just want to reinforce the importance of including that aspect of computer science research
Yes.
in order to prepare for the much more diverse and heterogeneous supercomputing engines of the future.
Great. Thank you. And one of the things is we weren't so much allowed to comment on what they should invest in, but how the processes impacted that. But as ASCAC members, we are allowed to comment on these things unless Christine tells me otherwise. Hi, Barb. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in there too, because given, in fact, this was one of the themes that there's so much change right now. So it's heterogeneity, it's more than that, right? This is a really bad time for us not to be investing in longer term research. So it's understand that there are reasons for it, but it's very unfortunate. So I hope this can be really called out. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Vivek.
Yeah, I just want to reinforce the comments from Vin and Barbara. And I think many of us know firsthand many researchers, early career, mid-career, who either changed directions or left DOE labs during this time. And this was one of the factors, may not be the only factor, but this was definitely an important factor. I just want to observe that we feel the need to say Oscar research, even though the R in Oscar is research. So that's also a reminder that research is very much part of Oscar's mission. Yeah.
Absolutely. And if you notice, I kept putting that word research back in there somewhat intentionally, because it gets to Roscoe's point about the long-term research investments out there. So as you'll notice about this reestablishing the smaller group, we're working with the COV. We might elevate this as a key recommendation and make it one of our 6 key recommendations out there. Work in progress.
I was just going to say one of the other things in that spirit is if you start down the path of being constrained to prototypes or ideas that have some possibility of compatibility, you immediately have precluded a large fraction of the potential idea space. So, and that kind of relates to when funding is tight, incrementalism tends to dominate because you're proposing low risk things that will get highly reviewed. And that's, I think, one of these things about sometimes you gotta just take blue sky, greenfield kinds of explorations.
Actually, before we go to Rick, if I could comment, Dan, Oscar has the Express program, and that is that short-term, smaller investment, and they get a very large number of ideas coming into that. We didn't have a chance to highlight it, but that's how they get those blue sky ideas. I think our comment on Express, and we didn't get to, is it's a great idea, but they really do need a better down selection process rather than in scope or out of scope. Because otherwise they receive, a couple times they received close to 90 proposals and they could only make a handful of awards.
Rick?
So at the other end of the blue sky is more applied research or reduction to practice so that it can have a greater economic impact. What is the projected inclusion of industry respondents or awards relative to the body of university contracts?
So I'll go answer that as best I can remember. We only looked at the period FY16 to 19. And again, that was a difficult period. We did not see a large number of independent industry awards, but when we get to quantum test beds and prototypes, there were partnerships. And then, so when there's larger partnerships, I think there was opportunity, but I'll let Barb or Christine see if they can answer what happened during this period or projected forward.
And let me add a qualifier then as you consider the answer is in the context of AI or data-driven methods, there's a tremendous amount of value in looking at that as a raw material in industry, whether it's product data, market data, or censored data that is part of a fleet and maintenance and such for it. These have elements that may go beyond things that are competitively specific, where the practice can be advanced, but the work would be conducted obviously in a proprietary context.
Okay. Barb, do you want to respond for Oscar, please?
Well, primarily, we focus a lot of transitioning our efforts that we do in the research program to small businesses through our SBIR program. We have several topics focused on quantum, computer science, applied math. We have machine learning, AI topics there as well. And so that's our primary focus there. Prior to 2016, a lot of our investments with the vendors were in developing components that would go into our high performance computers at the facilities and working on some software projects. I think we had partnerships that maybe Intel and HPE were part of at that time, but most likely the vendors and the industry that you're thinking of, Rich, work with our facilities through the vendor programs that they have. We have started a project. It doesn't directly address the proprietary research, but we have started a project in looking at how we can keep the privacy of data, how we can run on our big machines and keep the data private. And that has come out of our, in a sense, out of the COVID research we do and some cybersecurity research that we do. So strong partnerships with industry. Again, Oscar's partnerships have primarily been through the SBIR and through the facilities, through the industry programs, outreach programs that the facilities have.
Okay. Hey, Dan, do I have 45 minutes or do I have till the 12:30? You're on mute.
You'd think I would know when I was on mute by now. You have until 12:30 because that included the discussion and we're not voting. So we've got time.
Excellent. Okay, so we're going to go on to the next slide. I can do this in 15 minutes. Absolutely. Okay. We're going to finish up computer science in one moment. With regards to emerging challenges, computer science actually had 12 workshops during this period from 16 to 19. It resulted in 2 targeted solicitations or comments. The workshops really have a lot of value in bringing the community together. We applaud Oscar, like the quantum network for open science is very respected and very useful. However, that the large number of workshops probably caused some workshop fatigue with the research community, and the fatigue was kind of compounded by the small number of new solicitations. We do commend the computer science research program for taking on some new R&D areas that were not guaranteed success, and quantum networking is one such area. We recommend that Oscar research, computer science research, continue to identify emerging technologies beyond their current priorities. And also, for some of their areas, define success targets for the existing programs after 5 or 10 years. Again, what has been accomplished over that time? It looks like, again, we kind of punted on national, international standing. We didn't have recommendations, but we do have some comments in the report. Next slide. I wanted to get the computational partnerships. I highlight here what's in computational partnerships. When I joined Oscar in 2008, computational partnerships and SIDAC were synonymous. That's what it was. But there was a lot coming and going during this period, and I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of what was happening. So SIDAC Institutes is a longstanding program. It's really the keystone for applied math and computer science to address the technical challenges of algorithms, computer science research going to large scale. So that was recompeted in 2017. SIDAC partnerships, also a very long-standing program. This really brought research between the Oscar applied mathematicians and computer scientists with the domain scientists to apply computational techniques and tools on our supercomputers. That was recompeted in 2017. Remember, Office of Science has 6 offices. There's a lot of partnerships here. So just recompeting the institutes and partnerships is a huge undertaking. During this time, co-design centers was previously stood up under comp partnerships. That ended in 2016. And again, there's the stand up of ECP. So now, even though co-design exited, quantum computing and co-laboratories fed in. OSCAR supported the Office of Science Strategy and Quantum Information Sciences. OSCAR stood up several initiatives. Some are under comp partnerships and some are under research engineering prototypes supporting quantum computing. Under comp partnerships, this was basic research in quantum algorithms and computer science. This started in 2017. During this period, Next Generation Network Science, NGNS, quote, sunsetted, but aspects were brought into computer science, you saw with the optical networking, and the collaboratory partnerships was brought into comp partnerships. And that piece is related to these large distributed teams really working on workflows for large scale data. So there's a lot of comings and goings and comp partnerships as well that I wanted to explain to this group during this time. I also want to highlight that the budget during this period rose, but it rose because there are new requirements in quantum computing and artificial intelligence and with the roll up of the collaboratory partnerships. Next slide. So with regards to the processes, as you saw, first observation and finding, there were just a large number of solicitations across the board. These SIDAC institutes and SIDAC partnership proposals are massive. In addition, there was the quantum work and then the collaboratory. It just created a very large workload for the program managers as well as the technical community reviewing these proposals. We really want to commend OSCAR and the SIDAC program managers. There's a previous COV recommendation to engage international reviewers with specialized experience, as well as tertiary reviewers to help with SIDAC partnerships and institutes. There's so many conflicts of interest that they really had to go out there and get some specialized expertise outside the borders of the United States. So we really commend them for doing that to increase the reviewer pool. It doesn't apply across the board, but we do recommend implementing a pre-proposal process to reduce the burden on the community. Institutes didn't have that many. A couple of the other calls began to have more. And there for the quantum, there were some proposals, but again, we think this pre-proposal process is very important. Next slide. With regards to monitoring active projects, again, we think they're really doing an excellent job. One of the things that came out in the COV is that the program managers actually, during this period, were truly dynamically managing resources. They realized a project they had started was kind of being non-responsive. They terminated a project out there and reallocated the resources on the fly. And that's just exactly what program managers should be doing. This project is not proceeding as planned. Let's go and do something else. With regards to monitoring active projects, the SIDAC PI meetings are absolutely exceptional. They bring together not just the institutes, the partnerships, they bring together all these interdisciplinary people. The proposals are written often pairwise, but what these PI meetings do is they go beyond those pairwise contributions and really get a larger community together. Also, these PI meetings are really an opportunity for young investigators to meet with some of the very experienced researchers out there and form new collaborations. So we just applaud them for doing those PI meetings. The other thing that we found with the stand up of SIDAC 4, they stood up a coordination committee, which is the junction of SIDAC 4, institutes and partnerships, facilities, and the broader computational science community. And you'll see what we think it's a great addition, and you'll see again another advantage on the next slide. We had no recommendations on this. Again, we think OSCAR is doing a really great job on this aspect. Next slide. With regards to the breadth and depth of the program, again, SIDAC really provides a stable pipeline, and this is important for really translating and transitioning applied math and computer science research 2 other programs, to the Office of Science programs, but as they went forward, it's more to other offices out there, to NE, to the SBIRS TTR that Barb talked about that we're transitioning there, and software deployments too numerous to mention, but including ECP and open source science. We also found that the demand for applied math and computer science partnerships from the other offices has been growing in recent years. We kind of noticed that the feedback loops between comp partnerships and the Oscar-based research program, applied math, were not documented. They're happening, but we just didn't see it. So the last part of this, the recommendation might come out of the blue a little bit, but clearly define, articulate, and communicate SIDAC strategic goals and technical shifts. Again, this goes back to the stand-up of ECP. There were projects that transitioned to ECP that impacted SIDAC. It wasn't just applied math. And again, we believe that the goals and shifts should be documented for and communicated to the community. Again, you see a lot of recurring themes right here. I want to go through a couple more slides before we take questions. With regards to emerging challenges, one of the roles of this SIDAC 4 coordination committee is to address the emerging needs across SIDAC 4 partnerships. So we think this is really great. This is where if something's emerging, how do we deal with it? The committee can really work with it. As you saw, it involved a large number of people, and that program officers in the labs can be responsive to that. With regards to the national, international standing, we know without a doubt SIDAC's impact has been broad and deep. We want to also say that considerable amount of the SIDAC software has been migrated by demand onto early exascale systems and included in the Port 2 GPU accelerated systems. The next recommendation is really a key recommendation for SIDAC, and for Oscar, I should say for Oscar, it's to initiate an external holistic review of SIDAC. I believe SIDAC stood up in around 2000. So over the last 20 years, to document and formalize the strategies, the goals, the methodologies, and value of the program. It was the first of its kind. It now has 20 years of success. Let's capture that. Let's articulate the benefits of it, of SIDAC, to the math and computer science program, but really the bidirectionality. It doesn't operate alone. Also, as we said, we talk about the benefits and lesson learned of SIDAC. Others have tried to reproduce this external to the US. We really recommend Oscar go and document this. There was the Oscar at 40, so we were kind of recommending a SIDAC at 20. The last comment was kind of with regards to the presentations, especially for SIDAC. They should focus on the story. We talked about summary statistics, but there's a really great story behind SIDAC, and that would really help the COV understand the state of the program. So I'm going to take a pause. Actually, I'd like to go power through to REP since we only have a few more minutes, if we can, and then I'll take questions. REP, by the way, it contained 2 activities: quantum computing test beds and computational science graduate fellowship. Sorry, these are so disparate. Our heads exploded, but we got through it. In terms of the processes, quantum computing was new. They had a solicitation for their programs. Pathfinder was kind of short term in 17-18, and then the quantum test beds for science. Many of the awards went to leaders in the field. It was really well done. With regards to the processes, that they're doing a really great job of monitoring the annual reports and PI meetings. Our comment here, an observation, is this is a rapidly changing field, and we're just a bit concerned about the flexibility of the program structure here. You made quantum test beds 5-year program. What happens if at year 3 we find something new? How flexible is the program? So it's kind of an observation and a comment. Next slide, please. Regarding the breadth and depth, quantum computing had 7 awards. 5 of those were the Pathfinder. They were kind of short term. They were really used to inform the actual test beds, of which 2 awards were made. Transitioning to CFGF, this is just an exceptional program. Great briefing. It provided really a lot of high quality new computational scientists out there. not just to Oscar, but to our entire workforce. And they have some numbers that many of them don't go to the labs. They go to academia, they go to industry. So it's benefiting all of us. During this review period, they expanded it to explicitly include computer science and applied math. Absolutely love it. They've done a great job of protecting and growing the program. Our comment on this one, I'm sorry, it goes back to quantum, is that Oscar should establish a process to encourage applied mathematicians and computer science to experiment on these test beds. Next slide, and we only have a couple more left here. With regards to emerging challenges, honestly, quantum computing was established in response to emerging challenge. And we just say it is a rapidly changing field. Keep that in mind to continue being responsive. In terms of our next one on the national international standing, the quantum computing test beds really provided some highlights. They're demonstrating value right there. We switch gears back to CFGF. We just want to emphasize that Oscar should continue to emphasize the need to expand diversity in CSGF. One more slide. I really want to thank Barb, Jaren, Christine, and Angie. They did a phenomenal job of getting us prepared and actually participating on the COV, and the Oscar program managers and the staff, HICMET, everybody for preparing and briefing the committee to us and answering our multitude of questions. There's a lot here. I worked in Oscar and I was absolutely flabbergasted about the amount of changes during this time and trying to capture those for you. So with that, I apologize. I only have 2 minutes left for questions, but I'm sure Dan will give me a few more. Over.
I will, especially since we stole some from the beginning. So
Yes.
This one is a question on the quantum side. I'm trying to remember from the ESNet presentations whether it has the potential for also carrying quantum communication data. In other words, can we send entangled photons in the ESNet optical infrastructure, ESNet 6 optical infrastructure? Does anybody know that?
This is Ben. I'm still the acting ESNet program manager. It's of course, the issue of quantum repeaters is an active basic research challenge. Yeah. So there in and of itself is an issue. And I think you're really testing my my chops. And I think we probably would take this offline for a deeper discussion, given it's during the time limits.
Ben, don't worry about it. I'll talk to Ender. I'll talk to Ender about it. Just the opportunity would be fantastic if there's that much investment already in the optical fiber system. Thanks.
I do know that Argonne and Fermilab have tried to work with ESNet and Brookhaven too to see if they can't use some of the existing fiber or lay new fiber in the ground to do just that.
Exactly. Typically, we're using sort of existing fiber that's dark, sort of on the margins connected to ESN infrastructure, but not the mainline backbone network.
Yeah, I was going to say there is still some fiber left over from the old Illinois iWire project that I know that Argonne and Fermi in Chicago are using for exactly that purpose. Roscoe.
Yeah, just I wondered if you mentioned hams and so on, and I wondered if your COV had any sort of systematic suggestions about the how the office interacted with people. I know in the transition report we talked about, improved information systems and management systems. Did any of that apply in this area?
So I'll say PAMS was great for university proposals. The laboratory proposals, we believe, are still manually uploaded. For us on the outside, we really could have used a little more help navigating PAMS. We've all been reviewers, but we just found it a little challenging. I think it's a very valuable system, but sometimes for portfolio review, we found it difficult. It would have been great to say, here's a solicitation, here's all the proposals, and there is a way to do it. We just kind of stumbled and bumbled a little bit, and that's why we asked for that on-site expertise, because we believe someone in Oscar, Angie could have been, here are the 3 steps you need to take. But PAMS is very valuable. We could look at all the proposal reviews. There was some documentation on the selected awards. So they had the program manager wrote up why they made the award selection. So there's value in it. there clearly was value in it. It's just, as an outsider, having only a small number, a period of time to get familiar with it, it was a bit challenging.
Okay, thanks.
Vivek?
Yeah. So Sandy, I'd like to thank you and the COV once again. I think it's so great that all the light that you've shown on the state of math and CS research programs and your findings and recommendations. So excellent job. I actually thought I'd just make a comment to respond to Rick's question, because I'm not sure if anyone mentioned that about industry funding. And from what I recall, and this is not directly for research, but it was absolutely for accelerating technology transition, there were significant investment in the fast forward and design forward programs. And maybe that's something that's worth a retrospective look in ASCAC at some point to see how well that model worked and how much that should be pursued in the future. And Rick, if you're not familiar with that, that may be something interesting for you to look at. But the investments, if I recall correctly, were very, very significant to industry partners.
Yeah, and those were what I would call the computing industry, right? So you're the people contributing to the leadership computing facilities themselves, but not industry in the sense of like users to some of the activities that the labs perform in course of the mission.
Absolutely. And yeah, and especially when you look at areas like AI and ML, there could be lots of non-tech industries that consume those technologies that would be excellent partners, including life sciences as well. Yeah.
Right.
Jiming, I see you've got a comment in the chat. Did you want to elaborate on that any?
Sure, Dan. One of the things that I've been involved with recently on behalf of DOE is integration and support for the Semiconductor Research Corporation's Decadal Plan Committee. And it strikes me in discussions with that community that the computer and microelectronics industry does make significant investments of their revenues towards R&D, and programs like Path Forward are a concrete example of how DOE can drive kind of this R&D that covers a gap between fundamental basic research and advanced product development. Path Forward, I think, was an example of that kind of opportunity to drive co-design and in many cases advanced R&D that is focused on our mission needs or our science drivers. So, but at least for now, while industry would like to support future Path Forward, I don't think it's in the budget. So.
Any other questions for Sandy? And there's been some back and forth. Yeah, Jackie.
Hi, I just wanted to make a comment. And by the way, I thought you did a great job. I was thinking for all the investment in ECP, it would be great to take advantage of the application codes that are developed as serving as test beds for in situ as opposed to data-driven machine learning AI methods, and also all the rich data that will be generated from all these different codes. And if we apply fair data principles to would serve as very, very useful scientific data for further exploration of ML AI types of methods. Moving forward in research and how to implement and develop numerical algorithms that would fit into these more complicated simulation data workflows.
Thanks, Jackie. Bruce, I see your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. So great presentation, Sandy. Really nice work by the committee. I didn't see much commentary about the fact, or at least my observation, that almost all OSCAR calls are highly oversubscribed now, and so the funding success rate is quite low. your recommendation to go to a two-tiered system where you have a pre-proposal, I think, is consistent with that. Do you have any other observations related to this particular topic or this particular concern?
So, Bruce, you're exactly right. It depended. You're in applied mathematics. There is a large number of full proposals, pre-proposals, and full proposals submitted. We think it's really burdening the community. And again, that's why we had that recommendation of pre-proposals, that OSCR should really write it down. There should be a review process that's thoroughly documented, so they can down select it, so that, again, researchers don't propose when there's very little chance. And I believe OSCR is going in that direction out there. The same was true of computer science as well. So those are the two where we really emphasized that need, because we are seeing, as I said, sometimes up to 90 proposals with only 5 selections.
Yeah, so another way to fix that problem, of course, is to have more money to distribute, but that's probably beyond your.
I highly encourage that. I'm not in OSCR right now, but we do know that the applied math and computer science research budgets are going back up. There'll be opportunities, and it would be, hopefully our recommendations help guide them on how to take advantage of these opportunities out there.
I would just say, wearing my National Science Board hat, the same dynamic is playing out at NSF, where proposal success rates, it's not that they've asymptotically gone to 0, but compared to where they were 20 years ago, it's better than a random walk, but not a whole lot better in terms of your probability of success. And I worry about that for the message it sends to our research community. So yeah, I echo, we've got to address this as a country in terms of more support for basic research.
Mm-hmm.
So any last minute questions or comments for Sandy? I want to echo what several people have said. This is a terrific report. Thank you to you and all of the members of the COV who worked on it. Really, really appreciate that.
So Dan, we're going to try to get the report done in the next month. I failed to mention I took 2 lovely vacations of 19 days to Greece and Arizona separately, which is why there was a little hiatus in there. But we are working on, we're going to work on getting the report hopefully completed, get consensus, and then the committee, then ASCAC can vote on that. So I'll work that offline with you and Barb.
As excuses go, that's a pretty good one, Sandy. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Barb, did you want to
and
say
Dan,
something?
if I say, yeah, I just want to thank Sandy and her committee for all their hard work that they did. And it was an intense 2 days. And I do also want to thank the ASCAC for their comments here today. And we certainly will take the report very seriously and hope to get back to you with our responses as soon as we get the report.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Sandy. So let's shift to our next item, which is talk on randomized algorithms for scientific computing in the workshop report. And Tammy, we will not punish you with reduced time, so we will try to stretch things out. So please go right ahead.
Okay, great. See if I can share my slides. Great, so hopefully you can see the slides.
All good.
Great. All right, so I'm going to talk to you today about the workshop we ran on randomized algorithms for scientific computing and the report. I'm Tana Kolda. I worked at Sandia up until last June, and now I'm doing independent consulting. So before I get into the details of the report, I just wanted to say some huge thanks to important people. So Steve Lee was the progenitor of this workshop and program manager, you guys know him. And then my co-chairs were Aiden Bullock and Stefan Wild, who were amazing to work with. But it doesn't stop there. There was a lot of people involved. I have more names and comments at the end, but I just want to say it's a big community effort. And then also before I get started, I'll say, feel free to interrupt with questions. I don't think it will take the whole 30 minutes. I think we can capture back a little bit of time. So questions are welcome. All right, so I think you've already heard a bit in these 2 days about the data tsunami that is already happening within DOE. And this is one of the big motivators for randomization. So I have 2 examples here. One is real-time control of a scanning transmission electron microscope. Another is the ITER experiment at Lawrence Livermore. They developed whole new machinery to sort of measure what's going on, and they can produce something like 2 terabytes of data a day that needs to be analyzed. I want to stress that data collection is outpacing not only the ability to process it, but the ability to move it, which is a big part of the processing bottleneck. And so scientists that I work with are generally sort of switching to heuristic methods. So maybe we only save 1 out of every 100 time steps from a simulation, or maybe we just take a subset of the data from some microscope run. So new hardware alone cannot fix the problem. Just getting faster computers, which DOE has done a great job with doing. It can actually exacerbate the problem counterintuitively, because this great hardware that we've produced can sometimes produce more data, especially in simulations and so forth, than we can actually go back and analyze. So we have sort of a problem of too much data, and even faster computers are not enough to analyze the data. So a way to address that, and I think an emerging trend that's becoming really important, is randomized algorithms. And so what do we mean here? So we thought we should clarify what we mean in this scenario. And this means algorithms that use randomness in making internal decisions. So these are very standard in machine learning and AI. So one sort of maybe boring example is stochastic gradient descent, but it's become quite standard. Another one, we have a panelist from GE, is that uses sort of the same math. I don't know if people think of it as quite as random, but it's compressed sensing, which has revolutionized things like magnetic resonance imaging. And I found like GE has something on their webpage about this is deployed in their devices that they sell. So the sort of definition we're doing is you're employing randomization within the algorithm. This is even if the inputs are deterministic, and it's complementary to, but still distinct from methods like in UQ for stochastic inputs. So, you know, there's a lot that's in common, but it's actually different. One thing I want to stress is that maybe one of the things that people don't realize for these randomized algorithms is we don't just have results that say what to expect in the infinite limit, so which we will never get to. There are now very standard probabilistic guarantees for finite number of samples. So we can say, you know, we know in the limit it converges, but we can say more than that. We can say how close it is to the mean with a finite number of samples. And that's what's really important and sort of helping us to say that we can trust the answers that come out of randomized algorithms. And so I sort of have a little picture on the left. It's just sort of a sketch of sketching. So we have some big data matrix on the left, and then we take a random sample and combination of that data, which is in this case just a linear operator shown here by this matrix omega, and then we get a sketched version of the data, and we can often still do quite a bit of analysis on a sketch rather than the full data set. And so this might be useful, for example, in communicating data. We need less communication bandwidth to communicate a sketch rather than the whole data. And so there's a lot of ways that randomized algorithms are useful. Accelerating the time to solution. Of course, we always want to do that, but I want to stress that it's more than that. So we can scale larger because we can do things like communicating sketches rather than communicating the full data. There's actually a lot of places where randomized algorithms increase reliability. This is not new. Randomized routing algorithms date back to the 80s and 90s. There's lots of uses of randomization that are standard, but I don't think that maybe we're so used to using them in that context in math, but there's now, like in QR factorization, randomization is becoming more and more standard. And so I think there's a lot of room for expanding the impact of randomized algorithms across the entirety of DOE. And so this led us to do a workshop. And so DOE runs a lot of these community building workshops, consensus building. Sandy, there's 19, just run by computer science in those 3 years. So this one, I think, might have been the first that was done in the COVID times for ASCAC. And so we sort of took advantage to do things a little bit differently. And so we actually broke the workshop into 2 parts. The first part was a boot camp. This was motivated because there's actually not a lot of research in this emerging area in DOE already. So it's sort of, I think it's a really important area for DOE, but it doesn't actually exist that much at DOE right now. It's just little teeny pockets. So first we had to get everyone on the same page. So we did a boot camp in December. We had 453 active participants. I think this might also mark it, at least up to this point, as the largest consensus building workshop DOE has run. So the boot camp was tutorial presentations, very interactive, and then also panel sessions with applications that could be impacted. And we really strove to make it have very interactive question and answer sessions with the experts. And then we had one breakout in this part 1, and that was sort of the preview for part 2. Part 2 was about a month later, and that one had 200 active participants. So you had to be in the boot camp to go to part 2, but you didn't have to go to part 2 if you went to part 1. So people who just want to check out randomized algorithms, apparently a lot of them, could just go to part 1, but we were actually really impressed that 200 people decided to stay through and come back and actually do work for part 2. So that had, in addition to many breakouts where we actually got into the writing of the report, a panel session with program managers from several different agencies. And then that sort of identified the themes and a lot of ideas that went into the final report. One of the interesting things was part 1 had over 575 people register, but we thought that there was no way that those people would actually show up. And we were actually really impressed that there was 450 plus people that showed up and were part of this workshop. And also all the sessions, especially from the boot camp and some from the brainstorming from part 2, are available on YouTube. I'll say a few words about the organization of this. This was surprising how well online worked. I don't know that we would have done it, but we were sort of forced to do it. And now that we have, it doesn't replace in-person meeting, but there's some advantages that are worth taking note of. We had a much larger engagement and it was more diverse. There was at least 2 people on our organizing committee at the end. We sort of talked through it, who said they would not have been part of this if it had not been virtual. They couldn't have left their families. And so I think it was those 2 in particular really valuable to have, being so engaged, but they're just, I think, representative of a lot of people who would not have otherwise been part of the workshop, but were. I think that was super valuable. And then it also allowed us to have a different scheduling setup. So when you bring people in person, you just gotta do it and get it done. We could have these 2 different parts, and then each part was only 4 hours per day, which allowed people some time for thought in between the sessions. So there are pros and cons. Maybe they didn't think, maybe they did other work, but I think people really liked it. And I think it really benefited us, and that there was more time for thought between the pieces. And then we already talked about the 2 parts. One thing I want to stress about the way we actually did it was we made it a huge online meeting. It was not a webinar. So what this meant is that every single person was a meeting attendee. They could turn on their mic, they could turn on their video, they could write and chat, which sounds like it could be a mess, 400 plus people. It actually worked super well. And I think it enabled people to feel much more engaged than they would have in just a traditional webinar where they're just sort of passive participants. And then we worked really hard to make the meeting engaging and inclusive. So part of this was the organizing committee sort of seeded the Q&A. They always made sure there was a question, but it didn't take much to get the rest of the people started. So I think it's kudos to the whole set of attendees for being very engaged. And so we tried to do a lot to make it fun and inclusive. This included Zoom polls, some fun, some actually more technical to try to get a sense of people's where they were technically. Lots of online chatting, which I think people really engaged with. And then also say that the writing committee worked really well. We had online meetings once a week. I did all these online tools like Overleaf for writing the report, and that all worked super well. And we're able to get the report done in 2 months, which I think seemed really fast to me. And I was really, really amazed by the committee's efforts on that front. So what did we get out of this? So let me give you some of the findings. So this is a word cloud from the breakout summaries from part 1. So we had so many people in part 1 and they stayed around till the end. And so we had to emergency recruit a bunch of people. We had, I don't even know how many breakouts, but I think like 30 or 40 breakouts, and they all took notes. And then we had to go back and have our organizing committee split up the notes that they collected and pull all the themes from those. And then this is a word cloud from those themes just for some fun. There's a whole report. I will not go even close into covering all of it. I would encourage you to go read it. It's posted on archive, and so you can take a look there. And then I had this as my opening, a version of this is my opening slide. We got the audience to turn on their cameras for pictures, and so we had a lot of fun taking pictures of the whole group. So that was fun. So in this report, we have lots of sort of detailed comments in there. That's what you can go and read. I'm just going to highlight 6 sort of opportunities and challenges, and then 6 sort of research direction themes that we wanted to emphasize. So the first big theme of opportunity is that that randomized algorithms are essential to dealing with the amounts of data that we are going to be facing already, and especially in the coming years. We have more and more resolution in our experiments and in our simulations. And this is going to affect all the different areas that have been highlighted. I looked at the slides from yesterday's data, sort of movement stuff. There's lots of data, so I think you guys have already heard about that needs to be analyzed. I want to say one sort of hidden advantage of randomized algorithms, in my opinion, is that novel approaches will reframe challenges that we've been working with for a long time. So, Jack Nangera is here, he and many other folks in parallel computing, when they looked at parallel versions of algorithms, it was not unusual to make a better serial version. And I think the same will be true with randomized algorithms. As we begin to approach our algorithms with our randomization cap on, we'll actually get a better understanding of our deterministic algorithms. And then I'll say at the workshop, we had one of our tutorial speakers, a statistician from UC Davis, who specializes in a technique known as bootstrapping. And he actually started having conversations with some of our folks who work on uncertainty quantification. And I think, new horizons were already opened right there, and they started looking at things differently than they had before. So, we think it will give novel reframings of what we already do. I also think it's sort of unavoidable because we're going to have randomization in our hardware. At first, even with sort of standard-ish hardware, sometimes if we are willing to take a little bit of randomness in our answers, we can use less energy to compute solutions. But also some hardware is inherently random. So this is neuromorphic computing and especially quantum computing. So it's coming no matter what. In fact, we're inviting it in a sense in the DOE. So randomization is coming one way or another. There are challenges, is probably why it's not as researched as maybe it could be at the DOE labs. So, we need to make some pretty big advances in both the theory and the practice of randomized algorithms. As I said, there's newer kind of results that sort of can give you probabilistic error guarantees with finite samples, but this is still emerging theory. It's based on old stuff, but putting it into practice for today's applications of theory is still very much under development. And it requires a fair amount of sophistication to sort of get it to be correct. And you also tend to need sophisticated sampling techniques, often developed on an application by application basis. So it's not easy, basically. It needs a lot of work. It's perfect for DOE. I mean, we have the right sort of mettle to tackle this challenge. So, that's one challenge. The other is that our users are a tough bunch of nuts to crack. We've coached them well. They really want high precision in everything. Sometimes when it's a little bit arguably ridiculous. So they sort of want 18 digits of precision in their calculations, but they really don't have that much precision in the data they're collecting. But I think it's more than that. The folks in numerical analysis have spent a lot of time coaching people on what are good numerical methods versus what are bad, trying to get our users to use the right methods. And the same is true with randomized algorithms. I think all people have used randomized algorithms, but usually not very good ones. So we need to help them get to use the best algorithms and to be educated on what to expect. What does it mean that I have a high probability of error within a certain metric? That is unfamiliar to most of our users. And then the last is that we need to bring in expertise that is not so typical in the OSCAR program. So, and it won't work unless we do that. So we need to expand into other disciplines. And I think this is not unlike some of the merger to make CS and E a success. A few decades ago, DOE had to bring in more engineering and computer science and math and have them all work together to be successful. They did a great job at that. So I see this as sort of a new horizon, and they need to bring in some more folks. And I think there's an opportunity to make that work. Then I'll sort of talk about the recommended research directions. In some sense, they're very generic. And so I want to sort of say a little bit about each, but I also want to stress what I think is maybe a little different than DOE's sort of typical programs. One that's very important is theory foundations. And I think investments in this area are strongly needed, and it's a little different than how the labs are typically funded. There's a lot more funding a little bit further down the line. But there's a lot of theory gaps that need to be closed, and especially in conjunction with our algorithmic researchers. And so then, the next step, of course, is very standard for DOE, is developing new algorithms, particularly algorithms that are strongly leveraging theory and can sort of give guarantees on the correctness of the algorithms. Usually when, at least in my experience in developing randomized algorithms, the theory that you need is not quite there. So there has to be a lot of circling back with the theorists. And then the algorithms would be sort of, algorithm researchers would be looking at sort of idealized problems. And then the next step, which things like SciDAC and stuff have traditionally addressed, is taking these two applications. For randomized algorithms, you do tend to need specialization for each application, such as sampling schemes and so on. So that will be another big step. And then we already talked a lot about hardware architectures. So we want to get good performance on current architectures. There's different data access patterns, which are quite interesting, randomized algorithms, and even some ways that you could potentially exploit hardware performance and how it's good at accessing data. And then there's, of course, other emerging platforms that are non-deterministic hardware from the get-go. So how can we do sort of co-design of algorithms and these types of hardware? And then, one thing that I want to kind of stress is this idea of interdisciplinary research and outreach. DOE has a strong sort of contingent of researchers that have been involved with the program for a really long time. I think there's a need to bring in some new folks and engage people in statistics, theoretical computer science. We have a lot of computer scientists, but not so much on the theory side. People from applied probability, signal processing, and emerging hardware communities. I think that is probably going to be one of the bigger challenges for DOE, is to break into these communities. And especially, as Sandy noted, the smaller grants, that's a way to sort of start to build this community. And then, the workflow standardization, best practices and frameworks for randomized algorithms, developing primitives for sampling and sketching, and eventually building the large-scale codes that we need for the applications. So I'll stop there with the sort of, or pause there, having just outlined the challenges, opportunities, and the research areas and see if there are any questions.
Thanks. I feel almost like we should take questions in random order, but let's see if there are questions. Richard?
That's a good one, Dan. Tammy, really excellent presentation. My question is digging a little bit into the theoretical foundations of this and asking you your thoughts on the relationship of this to information theory and communication theory, and how you feel ASCAC should draw on the US's leadership in that field. For example, with 5G and 6G research.
So, sorry, I think I missed the thread. What's that?
Yeah, I'm interested in the relationship of the randomized algorithms, compressive sensing, to information theory and communication theory, and how the report might recommend drawing on the US's leadership in that area. For example, the US's leadership in 5G and soon 6G through the US's expertise in that area.
Let's see. So I guess I only have very vague statements on that. I mean, a lot of the technology that is turned out to be important in randomized algorithms comes from the signal processing community. And, sometimes it's not necessarily presented as randomized in those contexts, but it's a lot of the same ideas. I did mention compressed sensing, which is sort of in the vein of the same sort of technologies. So do we have leadership in that? I don't know. I haven't really tracked that. I guess we're leaders. I will say, I was going to say this for later, but I'll say it now. I think the randomized algorithm research does not have, there's no agency that owns this yet, in my sense. And I think there's actually opportunity for DOE to really show leadership here. I'm like so happy that that this program is there's this idea to get some research going in DOE on this front. I think it's really huge. I think it's a great opportunity for the applied math program. And I think there's no limit to it. I think it can go pretty far. And DOE could be a leader. Like it could decide, this could be on their, what did you call it, Sandy? The roadmap or North Star. This could be one of their North
Star.
Established leadership in this domain. It's a heavy, ask, but I think it's definitely possible. So thanks, Richard. I also see some questions in the comments, but I don't know which way to go.
Richard, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
I think the U.S. does have leadership in this area. Certainly, the Department of Defense in terms of signal processing, and then commercially, the kind of telecom technologies that are the bread and butter, and we interact with probably several times before we have breakfast. Are based on really amazing signal processing capabilities. So I urge ASCAC to really tap into that expertise.
Can I answer Vince's question in the chat about the sketch?
Sure, and then we'll go to Jack.
Yeah, so then a sketch can be a lot of different things, but it's typically used to mean a random linear combination of your data observations. But I said linear, it's usually linear, but I suppose there's nonlinear sketches as well.
Yeah, I don't know who it was that said this, but the downsampling made a lot of sense to me. I understood what that was getting at. So thanks for that.
Great.
All right, Jack, go for it.
Okay, Tammy, I just want to say thank you for organizing such a timely, informative, and engaging workshop. It was really great to see the community come together with such an important topic. I think this randomization is really going to present a sea change in how we think and look at implementing and using algorithms, especially in linear algebra. And I think DOE has this opportunity, as you pointed out, to really take a leadership role in this. I looked ahead in your slide deck and noticed that the results of the workshop resulted in only 6 proposals being funded, and really a small amount of money being put forward, about $3 million for the 6 projects, and I would guess that's over 3 years. So it's just pretty much a peanut butter spread across a wide area. It really highlights the points that were made earlier during Sandy's presentation. I was wondering what you thought the right level of funding should be for this effort if DOE had more funding to expend.
Right. So yeah, so I'll just go ahead and flip to that next slide so people don't have to open it on their own. Yeah, so there's an express call which resulted in 2.8 million in funding for 6 projects. I will say there's a little disappointment in the committee that all this effort went in, and it did only result in 6 projects. I have talked to Steve since then, and I guess this is just the opening salvo to lead to more research. But these are great projects, but I would have liked to see a much larger set of small projects. I believe Express is just 2 years, also maybe not 3. I would have liked to see. I don't think there's like enough representation from statistics, for example. I think it's going to take a little bit to crack into that community, and they're not going to do it if their chances of funding are so low. There is one, Petros Drinius, a sort of theoretical computer scientist meets numerical analysis, so that's good. And Laura Bazzano is from more of the electrical engineering community. So there's a little bit of startup outreach here, but not enough. And there's only 2 from labs, and they're both the same lab. So good for P&O, but we want to also see this sort of embed into the labs. What's the right amount? A lot more than 2.8 million. That's for sure. And we need some larger projects as well. So right there, we're already in the tens of millions.
Well, thanks for your efforts, and we're sorry to lose you in some sense.
Yeah, we're getting a new venue. And I will say, I stayed on. I was actually planning to leave sooner, but I stayed just to do this workshop because I was so excited about it. So Steve kept me in the DOE complex a bit longer with this tempting opportunity, and I'm glad I did. It was a great thing to be involved with.
Sandy?
Tammy, thanks. That was really a great briefing. I know that in DoD, Action Office of Naval Research, one of my program officers, Reza Malik Mandani, was able to attend, and he was extremely excited about it. I admit, ONR, we have an extremely small math budget for this kind of work, but we can do things like the theoretical foundations. And I want to thank you for, you and your committee for inviting in others. Going back to Richard's comment, I think there are probably some folks in signal processing that could lend themselves to this as well. And again, I think this is tremendously beneficial for DOE. I think applied math should really consider this being one of their new emerging areas. But don't forget to include the other agencies and their potential interest in this. We might not have big bucks, but if we could address different aspects of it. I hadn't had a chance to look at the report. And again, I will go back and talk to Reza and other colleagues to see maybe there's something more we can do as a community. That's one of the things too in my role now. It's DOE can have the leading role, but let's not exclude others. Again, there are definitely others in DOD. I don't know what DARPA may or may not be interested in, but I think there's a lot of opportunity here. So thank you. This was great.
I agree. They're really interesting opportunities here. Let's not waste the opportunity. So Tammy, thank you so much for this presentation.
I still have a couple more slides. I just want to real quick acknowledge the huge community of people that sort of got excited about this, but I also think shows some of its potential. So as I mentioned, we had to recruit all these breakout leaders at the last minute for part 1 when we had such big engagement. We had people very involved with the report. Each subsection, actually, they did such a good job. I put the names on each subsection, but I also say that people, of course, commented on each other's subsections and gave a lot of cross feedback. We solicited a lot from a lot of individuals. We tried to give credit, but I will say, so many brains helped to contribute to this that we couldn't possibly do it justice, but we did our best to try and just close again with the great organizing committee. And I want to also say thanks, Sandy, for that comment of involving other agencies. Absolutely, there's no way that DOE can fund all of this anyways, but I think one of the cool things about DOE research is it takes some really neat ideas in theory and puts them into practice. And there is a bridge there. And I haven't, certainly ONR has had a great effort in this, and NSF has funded it for a long time, and DOD in general. But I think we'll have some unique challenges coming out of DOE that will like press the theory in new ways, because we want to do new sorts of computations, and it's really exciting to engage with these theory folks to bring that forward. And now I am done, Dan. So.
Okay.
I just wanted to stress like how excited and enthusiastic people were about this topic, which was maybe the pandemic, I don't know, but it was cool to see this degree of engagement.
Well, that's why we do this stuff. So thank you. Appreciate it. Now we're going to segue to something quite different. A bunch of my old friends and colleagues from the Computing Research Association are going to talk some about the Taulbee survey, talent and trends. And so, Betsy, I don't know if you're going to kick this off or someone else.
I could go ahead and start. First,
hey, Eric.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, hi. So thank you for the invitation to present here today. So I am Eric Russell, the Director of Programs at CRA, the Computing Research Association. We are a nonprofit organization headquartered in Washington, D.C. And our members are more than 200 North American organizations that are active in computing research, mainly computer science, computer engineering departments, laboratories and centers in industry and government and academia, and then also affiliated professional societies such as AAAI, ACM, IEEE Computer Society, SIAM, USNIX. And so CRA works with these organizations to represent the computing research community and to effect change that benefits both computing research and society at large. And so we're excited about the presentation for today. Here we're going to hear about the Taulbee survey, which you may be familiar with. So Dr. Betsy Bizot will be discussing the Taulbee survey. The talent initiatives will be covered by Sandhya Dwarkadas, myself, and Amanda Stent. And then Dr. Borchin Tamer, who is the director of the CRA Center for Evaluating the Research Pipeline, will be talking about some of the trends that their team, the CERT team, has been seeing. And so with that, again, thank you for having us. We look forward to your questions at the end, and I will hand it over to Betsy to talk about Taulbee.
Okay. So the CRA Taulbee survey began in 1970. Can you hear me okay? And is conducted annually. It goes to all US and Canadian institutions that offer doctorates in computer science, computer engineering, or information systems, and collects information about student enrollment and degrees awarded, faculty numbers and salaries, and other information of interest to CRA member departments. About 180 academic units respond most years, most of them USCS programs. There's a smaller number and a smaller response from computer engineering programs, information programs, and Canadian schools. Now, the survey is a key source of information on national trends in computing higher education. Some of the data it collects parallels national resources like the IPED survey, but much of it is not available anywhere else. So back up one slide here. So we are primarily interested in research, and so primarily interested in PhD students. But of course, PhD students come from somewhere. And so this first chart takes a look at the undergraduate degrees awarded in the doctoral institutions from 2004 to 2019. And you can see, as I'm sure you're mostly well aware, that we were seeing the end of the .com bust there, and then there was a turnaround. We started to see increased enrollment in 2007 and increased degrees awarded beginning in 2010. And then that enrollment has been surging ever since. So the number of undergraduate degrees awarded almost quadrupled from a low of 8,100 in 2009 to a high of almost 32,000 in 2020. And this data is only from the doctoral institutions. And if you compare it to what was awarded nationwide, you'll find that Tallby is covering about a third of the total number of undergraduate degrees. So there are actually more than 80,000 undergraduate degrees awarded in the most recent data round. Okay, next slide. However, that increase in undergraduate degrees awarded is not in any way translating to an increase in enrollment in PhD programs. This slide is taking a look at the new PhDs each year. So this is either students who are new from an undergraduate program or new from a master's program, depending on how the institution handles their incoming PhDs. And as you can see, that has not increased very much. It also shows that most of the incoming students are international students on temporary visas as opposed to US citizens or permanent residents. Okay, next slide. This is a review of the number of PhDs awarded, which are the bars, which, as you can see, has been fluctuating a little, but pretty stable since about 2007. In the high, like 1,800 to 2,000. At the percent of those PhD recipients who are women, which is the red line, and is unfortunately not changing very much at all, holding steady in the high teens to about 20%, and the percent that are international students, which is, increasing, it's in the vicinity of about 60% at this point. Okay, next slide. So total number of PhDs is important, but of course, some specialty areas are of more interest in this group than others. So this chart takes a look at the number of PhDs awarded to specialty areas in the most recent year that the data was collected. And as you can see, there's a relatively small number in scientific and numerical computing. By far, the largest number is artificial intelligence and machine learning, and the rest of it sort of spreads out in the middle there. High performance computing, which I believe is also, in your ballpark, is also relatively low. Let's see, next slide. So this is looking at the trends in the PhD specialty area. What this chart shows is of the percent that each specialty area represented of the total degrees awarded in 2010 to 2019. So the greatest increase was in artificial intelligence and machine learning, in robotics, and in human computer interaction and cybersecurity. Whereas the greatest decreases were in networks, software engineering, and programming languages and compilers. So, I mean, the artificial intelligence has really strikingly been attracting more students. Next slide. This is the last one that I have on Tallby, and this is looking at the gender by ethnicity by residency breakdown of the current PhD enrollment in the most recent survey. And from this, you can see that the international students far outnumber the domestic students. The domestic white and Asian students then outnumber the domestic Black, Hispanic, and Native American students. And in all three of those groups, the men far outnumber the women, which in turn supports the need for the talent development programs of CRAWP, which is the next thing we're going to talk about.
Okay, so with this backdrop in mind, and Toby provides a wealth of information to us in order to understand where we're drawing our talent from. CRAW, and it originated as CRAW, was established in 1991 with the mission of increasing the success and participation of women in computing research, and really was formed as a subcommittee of CRA with the goal of drawing from all this untapped talent in populations underrepresented in computing research. And so keeping this in mind, CRAW, as I said, focused on women through the first few years, but starting in the 2000s, CRAW was partnering with organizations such as the Coalition to Diversify Computing, more recently with Access Computing, and over the last decade and a half, at least, our programs have quite naturally shifted from being focused on bringing in more women into computing research to sort of trying to diversify across a spectrum of underrepresented populations. So with this in mind, the mission of CRAWP, just to stress what our goal is to widen the participation and basically introduce computing research to a wider population, increase access to understanding what research is about, provide opportunities to get experience with research, and improve the positive experiences. In other words, focus also on retention of individuals from populations underrepresented in computing research, as well as in education. And so today, if we look at the spectrum of our programs, these include individuals who identify as women, as Black or African American, as Native American, as Hispanic or Latinx, as lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, as persons with disabilities. So this is quite a wide range of individuals. And as Betsy pointed out in her last slide, there's a long way to go, especially with respect to seeing that the population of these underrepresented groups tends to be much smaller, and women in general are still at around 20%. And when CRAW started, was really at around 10%. So we've made some inroads, but we've got still got a ways to go. So what is the board comprised? Who are members of the board and what do we do? We're approximately 30 CS researchers across the national labs, the industry, as well as academia. And each of the board members, so it's an active group. So the idea is each of the board members is responsible for helping run at least one of the projects that we participate or we initiate. And all of this work is really being done as volunteers. Despite the large number of volunteers, of course, we need funding, and funding comes from industry, comes from DOE, comes from NSF, as well as the individual companies, as well as academia who are, whose students, and the students are benefiting everybody in general. So in addition to just the board members, we also have a large number of volunteers who participate in the workshops that we conduct. And these include scientists who are in academia, industry, and the national labs. And they're at all levels, from senior leadership to people who are in their mid and early career researchers who are mentoring and peer networking with other individuals. We rely heavily on CRA staff, Eric, who you've already heard from, Betsy, and the SERP staff, as well as Daniela Cardenas, Alejandra Guzman, and Elise Okwu, who are all program associates who are helping actually with the nuts and bolts of running the programs. And over the years, we've grown such that It's no longer, you're no longer looking at a handful of students, you're looking at programs that are attracting well over 500 students, which requires a significant amount of management. And so having our program associates is really important to running these programs. So just to give you a heads up, I'm going to hand it over to Eric, but the range of programs that we cover include things at the undergraduate level with the idea of attracting undergraduates to a research career, mentoring graduate students to retain them once they have accepted and decided to do a PhD. And then beyond that, retention of individuals who are now in their career as researchers, with the idea of retaining them and advancing their careers and helping them along. So Eric will.
Yes, as Sandhya mentioned, we have programs ranging from the undergraduate level up into grad school and well into career, so mid-career as well. And so, there's programs focused on REUs, right? And so we have a summer REU program called DREW. We have an academic year REU program as well. And so there's a lot of different programs but I would say, the common theme across all of those is mentoring, and it's helping provide folks with not only networks, but also the skills to advance to their next level, whether that be, pursuing an advanced degree or moving up through the ranks in their employment career. So with that, okay, so I will talk about next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, actually back a little ways. So yeah, back one more, there's one on, yeah, there we go. I just wanted to say thank you to the Department of Energy for the support that they have provided. These are some of the individuals and programs that have benefited from DOE support recently. And so we have three main programs here that have benefited. So the career mentoring workshops, where we have tracks for postdocs and finishing PhD students, as well as early career and mid-career folks as well, from industry, academia, and government labs. And so we have tracks for all of those. And then the grad cohort workshop for women and the grad cohort workshop for ideals, and that stands for the inclusion, diversity, equity, accessibility, and leadership skills workshop. And so we're delighted and really pleased, and thank you. We can't thank you enough for the continued support. It really is a community effort. As Sandhya mentioned, we have support from the federal agencies, NSF, DOE, NSA, and then also, much industry support, departments, our members have been very gracious, and even foundations and individual donors as well. And all this, it comes to help the community to diversify and bring in diverse perspectives and make our research stronger. And so we're really appreciative of that. Okay, next slide. Okay, I think Sandhya is going to talk a little bit in more detail about some of the grad cohort workshops.
Thanks, Eric. And so in terms of the grad cohort workshops, I'm going to start with the workshop that is the newest of the ones that we currently run. And this one is titled Workshop for Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, Accessibility, and Leadership Skills. The workshop was started in 2018, and when we started it, it was basically started with the idea of expanding to underrepresented groups from what are typically classified as underrepresented minorities, which are Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. And so, and in addition, also individuals with disabilities. And so the title changed to essentially make sure that it was representative of what the intention was. And the idea here is to bring this group together and network with each other, as well as to network with senior members in the field who identify us with these groups, as well as just to get overall mentorship and to learn the ropes and research skills and career strategies going forward. The net result is, the goal is to make sure that we increase the students' confidence so that we retain them in a research career. And when they leave, they have the ability essentially to communicate with a network of peers across institutions, which I think is incredibly powerful in terms of retention. As I mentioned, the program started in 2018. I believe at that time it might have been less than 100 who participated. It has grown over the years, and you can see a dip in 2021. And 2021, of course, was virtual, and we'll attribute it to the fact that this workshop was virtual. So grad cohort for women, if we can go to the next slide, is the workshop that has been running since the early 2000s. Can we go to the next slide? And so fundamentally, I'm sorry, that we stay at the grad cohort for women. I was looking at the wrong thing. So if you could back up, yes, thank you. So this workshop has been running for a much longer time. It basically was initiated in 2004. And once again, as I mentioned earlier, we need funding to be able to bring the students, and we're bringing in roughly 426 students. On average, it's been that. You can see 2019 was around 400. 2020, because of COVID, was canceled, but in 2021, we had 426 students virtual. This one was virtual, but in the past, we've had up to 500 students participating in person. This requires, as I mentioned, funding, and that funding comes from places like the association, ACM, industry, academia, the National Science Foundation, as well as individual universities. And so once again, it's peer networking and mentoring, tips and strategies for staying and navigating and navigating graduate schools, and insights into career paths so that they understand what's available going forward in their career. As you can see, there's the individuals come from a large number of institutions. In 2021, that was 155 institutions, and the institutions are across the United States as well as Canada. Now we can go, and now the next two that we're going to focus on are the mentoring workshops as well as CS Grad for US, and I'll pass it on to Amanda to talk about it.
Thanks. So after people successfully complete a PhD or win their all but dissertation, we have other programs to help them really get to the highest stages of a research career, whether that's in academia or industry or a government lab. One of those things is the career mentoring workshops. The goal is really to help people get to the top level of their career and form near-peer mentoring programs. The career mentoring workshops, the last two were held in 2018 and 2020. And again, DOE does sponsor those, so we are really appreciative. In 2020, the workshop was held virtually for the first time and expanded to serve additional populations underrepresented in computing research. In 2020, there were 3 separate one-day virtual workshops, one for people just completing their PhD or doing a postdoc, one for people who are sort of pre-tenure or the equivalent in industry, and one for people who are mid-career. Total, there were 117 participants in those workshops, plus with some overlap, about 60 speakers and additional mentors. I myself was at one point a participant in a career mentoring workshop, and it is very informative and helpful for helping people get to the next stage of their career. And DOE, CMW participants represent a large fraction of the computer science researchers who work in the research areas that DOE supports and who are from populations underrepresented in computing. So these workshops, DOE's sponsorship and participation as mentors and speakers can both directly positively impact these researchers and potentially serve as recruiting and retention in the national labs and in energy-related research roles. And this is really important because the percentage of women, for example, in research roles, at least in academia, persists at less than 25%. So it's really critical. The last program that we're going to talk about is CS Grad for US. Next slide. Betsy's first slide showed that the percentage of domestic students enrolled in PhD programs is low and has remained low over time, has remained pretty static. Any growth that we have seen in PhD programs has been from international students. While it's great to support international students and really grow research in the US through immigration, it's also really critical that we grow a domestic and retain a domestic research presence and domestic research excellence. So CS Grad for US is an NSF-sponsored program. CRAWP and CRAE participate through providing mentorship. The goal of this program is to take domestic students, citizens or permanent residents who have come out of a bachelor's degree in a computing-related discipline in the recent couple of years and have now decided they are interested in going and pursuing a PhD and providing them with mentoring and getting them into that PhD and then helping them persist in that PhD. So it's another pathway into computing research. Participants can then subsequently participate in grad cohorts and in career mentoring workshops and so on as they pursue their research careers. This is the first year for this program. This year, 34 applicants were awarded this fellowship, and there are about 12 mentors who will be working with them to get them into PhD programs. And then these students, of course, are eligible to do internships at DOE-related facilities in the future. And this is the first year we really hope to grow this so that we can get more of the bachelors in computing-related disciplines into research careers in computer science. So that's CS Grad for US, and CRAWP is helping with the mentoring aspect. I will now turn it over to SERP, because you may be asking whether these interventions really help to change the field and lead to greater retention and recruiting of members of populations underrepresented in computing research. So SERP can answer that question.
Thanks, Amanda. Yes, so hi, everybody. My name is Burçin Tamer, and I'm the director of the Center for Evaluating the Research Pipeline, SERP, for short at CRA. If we can go, I think 2 slides ahead. Okay, so yes, SERP is one of the committees of CRA, and its mission is to increase diversity in the field of computing research through evaluation and research. So we're an evaluation and research center, and an extension of our mission is to be a resource for the computing community just in general. So that's what we try to do through our activities, which I will talk about in a few minutes. In the next slide, I will just briefly tell you a very brief history, very brief history of SERP. It was established in 2012 by CRAW, then CRAWP now. And the primary purpose for why it was established was to collect data, national level data, to be able to have comparative evaluation for the CRAW programs. It became fully operational in 2013, and then since then it has grown in its scope and activities. So I'm here representing SERP today, but SERP has a larger team of 6 staff members who make what we do possible. So myself, Heather Wright, Evelyn Yarzabinski, Christy Kelly, Tanaya Ross Dunmore, and our new staff member who will be joining us towards the end of October, Ruhi Amir, work on all of the SERP projects, which I will start telling you about in the next slides as well. So, okay. In the next slide, we'll skip this one, we'll go to the next one, where the first SERP activity that I will talk about is data collection. So this is one of our major activities. As I mentioned, SERP started to be able to collect data, which was the Data Buddies project. So Data Buddies project collects data, national level and annual survey data from undergraduate and graduate students since 2011, 2010, including the pilot phase. So today it's grown, of course, and it's now collecting data from not only students, but also alumni and professionals to get a bigger picture of post-secondary education and beyond. So in this slide, I have these two line graphs just to be able to show that database surveys started, starting at 2013, these data start there, to 2020 grew exponentially. It's a lot larger than what it was before. And also to be able to tell you something we're very proud of is during that time period, we collected about 93,000 responses from undergraduate and graduate students. So this is helping us do evaluation, do research, and contribute to knowledge about computing education. We also recently are starting to do another survey, which is at the departmental level, where we're going to be asking departments questions about how they collect data, analyze data, specifically focusing on broadening participation. So this will help us contextualize our survey data and be able to generate more multi-level knowledge. And of course, we collect a lot of evaluation data for each of the programs that we evaluate. So that brings me to my next point about SERP activities, which is program evaluation. This is one of our major activities, and SERP evaluates programs at all levels of post-secondary education and at various scales. So this amounts to currently more than 20 programs, which include CRWP programs, but also other VPC alliances and other organizations like ACM, as well as some universities. In terms of the scale, these are programmatic evaluations, but recently we have also started evaluating the NSF Size Directorate RU program, which is a national level evaluation effort. So that's another service that we'll be providing. And we're doing all of these by providing multiple types of evaluation in order to kind of make sure that we're giving the information that the programs need at any given time to be able to help them best understand their programs. So that's evaluation. Next is knowledge production and community engagement. So we collect all of this data, do all of this evaluation, and ultimately we want to, of course, create some knowledge out of this. And we do that and disseminate that through infographics, papers, presentations, etc., to kind of try to get that knowledge out. And we also directly interact with the community sometimes to provide them resources and to bring them together in order to encourage collaborative action as well. Okay, so that's SERP activities. That was a lot already, but next what I want to talk about is a couple of slides just to give you some analysis that we have done to provide some context into what for programs like CRWP programs, where they live in at the individual level. So sense of belonging is the first one, which is a very important concept to understand how individuals relate to a given environment, in this case, the field of computing. So we have a bar chart here, and it's showing survey responses to the statement, I feel welcome in computing. So by gender, race, ethnicity, and disability status of the students. So as you can see, the bars are all over the place. So we know that not all groups of students feel the same amount of connection to the field in some ways. And so, there's a lot of information there. But one I want to mention, which is the most stark difference here, is while only 36% of Black women feel welcome in computing, 75% of white men do. So that's a very good kind of representation of why programs that CRWP and other organizations in this space are necessary and important in order to make computing, more welcoming to all of the population of, all of the population. So next, I will talk about another concept that's also important in terms of retaining people in a field, which is self-confidence. So in this analysis that my colleague Heather Wright did, she provided us with bar charts that show professionals' confidence in terms of the various different sort of professional activities they would be doing. And one of the really significant ones here is we can see that women and non-binary individuals actually feel a lot less confident in terms of being able to negotiate for things like resources and salary. So this is also important and also provides context for why programs like, say, CMW, which my colleagues talked about, are important, because these are the issues they talk about and try to kind of convey how to overcome these types of problems. Okay, so that was the two things, among other things, that we study. So given that context, now I want to kind of talk a little bit about the CRWP programs and the analysis that SERP does. So in the next slide, I'll start with career mentoring workshop. So as I mentioned, we do multiple different types of evaluation. And here we have an evaluation that, again, my colleague Heather Wright did for the CMW, and just to understand the immediate impact of the workshop. So as you can see in this table, essentially all of the different types of measures that we have for assessing how much knowledge people have, or the participants have, in terms of advancing their career, it increased after the workshop compared to what it was before the workshop. So this is based on the surveys we conduct for the program. So they feel more knowledgeable after the program about how they will advance their career. But we don't stop there, of course. In the next slide, I have these two bar charts to show that this knowledge, this increased knowledge, actually does result in advancement in people's careers. So we looked at CMW participants from 2008 and 2009 and saw that compared to a comparable comparison group, they were actually further along in their career. So that was great news in terms of understanding that CMW seems to be having some sort of effect on the participants. Okay, so the other program that we talked about was grad cohort. I'll talk briefly about grad cohort evaluation as well, where I have this one here from a report by my colleague Evelyn Yarzabinski, which was looking at why the students even attend grad cohort. So this is really exciting to see, because they know exactly why they're there for. They want to know tips to succeed in the degree programs. They want to meet mentors. They want to meet peers. So they really understand that they're there to form a cohort. And so that's a good start to the program as well. So in the next slide, the grad cohort for women, this is again a study, the evaluation report by my colleagues Heather Wright and Evelyn Yarzabinski, which shows that in most measures essentially that we look at to understand the impact of workshops, the participants actually showed an increase in improvement in things like confidence, mentorship support, professional network, etc. So we see that the programs really have an impact. And then in the next slide, I will show you another thing that SERP does, which is just looking at where students go from time to time to understand where the participants end up in. And this particular analysis by my colleague Heather Wright again shows that a lot of grad cohort participants went to industry and government positions after they graduate. I'm showing you this to say that CRWP really wants to track the students and know where they go, and this type of analysis actually helps them tailor the program so that they're most useful to the participants at the end of the day. Oh, okay, so I think in the next and last slide, I will just kind of conclude and bring all of this that we talked about together. So we started with my colleague Betsy Bizzo telling us about the TALBI data and some of the trends we have seen there. And in terms of broadening participation, there's definitely a need to take action. So, and then I talked a little bit about some individual level data that shows where the problems lie and what opportunities we can have in order to address those problems. So, and then we saw CRA-WP programs when Eric, Amanda, and Sandhya went through them. They're actually specifically about certain types of issues and activities, which shows that they're evidence-based. So they look at where the issues are and then create programs that will address those issues. And then those programs are systematically evaluated every year, which means that they can be improved to make sure that they're actually doing what they intend to do. And then I also hopefully communicated to you that SORP is another resource that CRA provides and tries to help broadening participation by collecting data, doing evaluation, and engaging with the community as well. So, okay, with that, I will move to the end of this presentation. I want to thank you for having us here, and we're looking forward to hearing any feedback and questions you have. We have our email addresses here if you'd like to contact us, but at www.cra.org, at CRA's website, you can find a lot more resources and other ways to contact us as well. Thanks.
All right, thanks all of you. Full disclosure, I used to be chair of the CRA board. Questions from ASCAC. So Sylvia.
Hi, thank you very much for all the work you do. It's extremely important. And I wanted to ask you if you have considered reaching out to high schools and community colleges.
So thanks for that question. Yes, CRA's current strategic plan is certainly thinking about ways in which we can broaden our reach. As such, CRA WP has been focusing more on the pipeline that starts at the undergraduate level, but that does include and should include some things that such as community colleges and minority serving institutions. And so we are looking at ways in which we can both broaden our board as well as the reach of our activities to include individuals there. In terms of actually going into high schools, I would say that this is an issue of scale, and scaling our programs, given the number of volunteers we have and the resources we have, to that level really involves that issue. And I can give you sort of an example just locally, having invested or tried to improve inclusivity in our undergraduate program here at the University of Rochester. What has been amazing is having those undergraduate students then start their own outreach of their own initiative to reach out to local high schools and then be mentors for high school students in schools within the Rochester community. So that would be the best way to scale. And one thing that CRA-WP could do is to start putting together best practices and provide this as a resource to the community.
I agree. I agree that that is a good way to scale up. And I just wanted to emphasize how important that is, because unfortunately for the underrepresented communities, it happens at high school that they decide that they are not good enough, strong enough, and they are not going to try. And then you lose them there. And that is, that is what we try to avoid. Now, in terms of the community college, there are many students also from underrepresented communities that start community college and then decide, oh, I'm good at this, I like it, and then I'm going to transfer. So those are the two areas that I think that we need to do more work. And again, I think that your suggestions are very good. Thank you.
All right, Vivek and then Roscoe. I think I got them in the right order this time.
Yeah. Thank you. Hey guys, nice seeing all of you, Betsy, Sandhya, Eric, Amanda, Butch, and all the CRA gang. So I wanted to actually start with Betsy's slide of the booming undergrad enrollments. And that's been very exciting for our field. It's been very challenging. But one thing that's been frustrating is there's another chart that we've had in our community for a long time, which is a percentage of women among the undergrads. And that was, as you all know, a high of like 36% or so in the mid 1980s, and it's been around 20%. So, it sort of feels like when more people want to study computer science, there should be an opportunity to increase that percentage of underrepresented groups. I'll just give one data point, which was a very small sample. When I was department chair at Rice, during the booming enrollments, the number for undergrad majors doubled, but the percentage of women also increased from 18% to 36% at the same time. And I can talk separately about things we did that may have correlated with that, but that seemed encouraging. So that was one point I want to make is, can we use booming enrollments as an opportunity to fuel the increase? And of course, the absolute numbers would grow as well. The second comment I'd like to make, which relates to our undergraduate pipeline, is I know that there's an increased interest among all our partners here from the National Lab in engaging more with HBCUs and minority serving institutions. So if you have any suggestions, I mean, I could imagine, and folks here from the labs can also add on their own, that they'd be very willing to support internship programs and all, but you need a pipeline. It can't just happen in a vacuum. So if you have any suggestions about engaging with those as well. So those are my two kind of related questions.
So I'm not quite sure I captured the second one. You're saying tapping into industry and
the historically Black colleges and universities and the minority serving institutions. There's also a pull aspect where the national labs would love to engage more with them in whatever form is appropriate. And if you have any suggestions or resources, I'm just brainstorming over here, just like CRAWP, has a resume book where industry employers can, find candidates for internships. Are there resources like that that national labs could tap into as well?
Yeah, if I could speak to that. Yeah, so hi, Vivek. Yes, we have a graduating class directory that we put together each year. And as funders and sponsors, DOE does actually have access to that. And so that list is populated of, our applicants and participants for the grad cohort workshops for both of those. So there's a wonderful, diverse set of individuals that are either nearing, the completion of their degree, and they're interested in finding out more about opportunities and employment at various places, some academia, some institutions, industry, and government labs as well. But one way to plug in is to serve, to send us suggestions for mentors, for speakers to come and engage in these workshops and provide information and opportunities about the things that you're working on, and really connect with the students. They're there and they're interested in learning about what are their options. And so by coming and engaging and having those very real and candid discussions about what it's like, what's the research like, what's the community culture like, those are important ways to connect with people. Rather than just a cold email. But I do see the value in the list, but I think getting there in person is so valuable.
Sorry, go ahead, Libby.
No, go ahead, Sandy.
I was going to just add to what Eric said. In addition to the workshops, there are also the research experiences for undergraduates, and both industry and government labs, in addition to academics, where I think currently, correct me if I'm wrong, Eric or Amanda, this more focused on academics right now. I could imagine broadening the scope in terms of participants and having both industry as well as government labs actually be active participants in the process, where the idea is it's really about research mentoring as opposed to just an internship that the student participates in.
That's great.
All right, Roscoe, I think in the interest of time, you're going to get the last question.
Okay, that's a heavy responsibility at first like that. So thank you so much for the work you're doing. I've seen the power of the kind of work you're doing, though I haven't participated directly in your workshops. But I guess I had a sort of, I think it's maybe an observation or it might be a question that you can answer, which is how the net impact of all of your efforts compared to the size of the problem. So a way of phrasing that would be, when will it be that women are half the researchers that are graduating, and minorities, Black Americans are 12%?
So I think we're seeing progress. What we see from SERP and what we see from the Tolby survey is that we are seeing progress. It would be great if it would be quicker. I will just mention that, for example, grad cohort this past year had 400 participants. But there are 4,000 graduate student women in the US, many of them international. And the reason that we can't have a 4,000 strong grad cohort, even though that gives me a headache just thinking about it, is primarily funding. So the more funding that we have, the more we are able to reach and help people persist in research careers. That said, the percentage of women has doubled over the past 15 years.
Yeah, good. So I guess that's the point I'm making, I could contrast this with our discussion of standing up the COVID laboratory across the labs and so on, or the exascale computing initiative. If somebody was willing to spend $100 million on this, maybe it could get done. But we always find ourselves starting out from the position we can't make big changes and we don't have much money. And then what can we all do around the margins? But I'm just saying, on the scale at which we see other things operate, one could make a big investment in this perhaps and spend the money well and make a big difference if somebody wanted to do it.
Yeah, that's kind of the spirit in which I mentioned the NSF discussion about the missing millions, because it's not hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands, it's millions of people missing in terms of STEM equality in the country. And I do agree with Roscoe, it's going to take some bold things if we're really going to move that needle. So I want to thank all of my CRA friends and colleagues for a really great presentation and for thoughtful comments about some programs that are moving the needle. So thank you all for being willing to participate today. Let's move on to our next to last talk. Alex Aiken is going to give us an update on the Legion programming system. And I have to confess that I'm old enough to remember whether there was a previous programming system called Legion. So Alex, over to you.
So this is Pat. I'm here too.
Okay.
So I'm
Sorry,
actually going to kick us off. So let me share the screen here.
My bad. Apologies.
No problem. Let's see. Is that working okay for everybody?
Yes, we're still
Yes.
in kind of preview mode, but we can see it.
Okay. Did it go full screen, or is it small?
It hasn't yet.
Okay. Let me.
No, it's still in edit mode.
How about that? Maybe it's not
No.
interesting. Of course, PowerPoint decided to upgrade itself right before I got on this morning. Still in preview mode?
Yes.
Yes.
Seeing you, I can see.
Why don't I share the slides and then I can flip for you.
Okay. Sounds good, Alex. Go for it.
Okay.
I want to watch Alex flip.
All right.
There we go.
We go.
That looks good.
All right. At least one of
Right.
us can run PowerPoint.
Okay, you're off.
All right, thanks. So on behalf of Alex, myself, and the broader Legion team, thank you for the invitation to speak today. Let me not be so rude and also turn on my camera. So Legion's a task-centric, data-centric task-based programming model for parallel accelerated distributed machines. We'll talk about that a little bit more, but I wanted to put it in perspective of the history sort of with OSCAR and bootstrapping us off as part of the Exact Co-Design Center led by Jackie Chen back in 2011. And so that's sort of where it all got started. And since then, we've had support from the research division working with Lucy, Laura, and today Hal. So thank you very much for that. And in addition, we have funding from the NNSA side of DOE, PSAP, their academic alliance program, from LANL, from BES, SIDEC, and now with DARPA. In general, another trend we're starting to see is a growing interest from industry and investment on their behalf, and most notably NVIDIA and Facebook have stepped up engagements on those fronts, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later in the talk. And then we also were recognized with an R&D 100 award in 2020. So just to give you a feel where we've been, and then Alex, next slide, please. All right, so what we're going to do is I'll walk you through sort of the high level perspective of the programming model to get a feel for why it's a little different, and also some of the mechanisms and how they work. But we're not going to go super deep, but hopefully enough for you to understand some of the results that Alex will present in the second part of the talk. So focusing on that opening perspective on Legion, there's a parallel accelerated distributed machine architecture. So next slide, Alex. And this is nothing new than what we're seeing today in all the DOE machines with complicated memory hierarchy, accelerated processors. But from the beginning back in 2011, the design was to deal with these complexities and also constraints of the various levels of the memory hierarchy and how they're programmed from that perspective. So this is the same story we've been talking about with the end of Moore's law and going directly at addressing that. Next slide, Alex. So why do we think we need a new programming model? Well, as we just talked about, right, the hardware has changed and every machine now sort of presents that parallel distributed memory system with accelerators. And most of the foundational pieces of programming followed Moore's law and were built for a different class of machines at the time. And so our thesis is that we think task-based programming models are the best fit for these machine architectures, or a better fit. And this is not necessarily unique in the context of the broader community within DOE and academia. With Parsec, StarPU, there's Uinta at University of Utah. Other people have explored this space. So there's a lot of activity going on, but let's go a little further into the specifics of Legion and what the details are there. So first of all, task-based. So go ahead and go to the next slide, Alex, and let's look at tasks. So at a very high level, we'll consider within a graph that nodes are the tasks, which are the unit of work that we're actually going to execute. They do our computations, and then the dependencies between those tasks are controlled by edges that basically control the ordering constraints of the execution of the task graph as the program. So high level, that's where it is. If we look at this, this is common in data-centric programming systems outside the DOE, namely the machine learning frameworks like TensorFlow and PyTorch, back to MapReduce in the past in Spark, and Dask is a Python-based tasking system. And a question to ask ourselves is, why has industry and those communities sort of pushed this? And the bottom line is essentially productivity from their perspective, and somewhat differently from the way the DOE community sits with HPC. They have a bunch of users and developers who would like to leverage supercomputer class resources, but they're not experts or have the skill set that DOE's developed over the years working with such machines. So they value the productivity and sort of a simplified perspective. And then if we swing back and put that in sort of the perspective of challenges from DOE, but also the trends we're seeing within the industry community was productivity didn't necessarily push for performance the same way we did in DOE. So the challenge is, can we keep the generality, scalability, and performance needed for DOE and keep some level of productivity in the sense of what industry's been striving to achieve with these other frameworks. So within Legion, as we said before, nodes are tasks, that's your application functions, but also cases where a task is responsible for moving data between the memory hierarchy levels within a node and also across the distributed memories within a full system. Edges are those dependencies, as we talked about in Legion. As we'll see in just a second, those dependencies are inferred automatically as the program executes and the computational tasks are launched. That model and the nature of the task graph itself gives you a way of doing parallel asynchronous execution, where you end up with tasks overlapping and giving you the ability to hide some of the variable latencies that occur inevitably within a workflow represented by the graph. Importantly, what we've talked about so far, there's no commitment to the architecture we're running on, where tasks are run, or where the data is going to be placed within that architecture. That model up until now is general, and we've intentionally steered clear of it, and we'll make the decision on how to map tasks, where to place the data, as a separate mapping step that happens later within the execution of Legion. Okay, so just as an example, this is a little look at a piece of source code written in Regent, which is a high-level programming language built to support the Legion model. And so in general, this should look very much like what you would see in a sequential calculation. A few loops with function calls. In this case, you can consider those task launches within the bodies of the loop. So the idea being, at a high level like this, it looks very similar to the way we're used to programming, launching tasks, but under the hood, Legion is actually dealing with the dynamic nature of the code execution and the launching of these tasks as things are executed in a distributed nature across a larger machine. And I should point out that's fundamentally different than some of the other tools that we mentioned, where you manually build your data flow graph by hand. It's very, very different from that. There's no details of connecting edges and specifying the nodes other than calling these functions. So next slide, Alex, thanks. So let's look quickly to get an idea of what's going on. So now we're looking at a task graph over program execution, sort of proceeding from left to right or right to left as we work our way through some of the pictures. So as the program's running sort of at this leading wavefront, the dynamic nature of the runtime is building up that task graph, doing a set of analyses and mapping decisions, and that also includes optimizations. Then that window kicks off, because of the mapping stage, a series of data movements that are actually executing to put the data in the correct locations. Then you actually end up where the execution wavefront is actually occurring. This is where your task is executing. And then at the end of that phase, we start to garbage collect and basically free up system resources. And we care about that. Next slide, please, Alex. So as you start to build these complex graphs and complex applications, these data structures and overheads of keeping an entire graph within the system can actually be problematic. And so the runtime keeps the dynamic nature and a limited scope of what's currently visible. As an example, the leftmost graph here shows you an example of what the equivalent of a mini app written. As you can think of, each of those individual tasks and the dependencies between them would have to be managed by you automatically in a system that made you build a hand program task and schedule all those things independently. And then on the right hand side, that is a picture of a distributed memory version of the S3D combustion application that we initially ported to Legion as part of the Co-Design Center. So again, the complexity here and trying to deal with that plus the machine architecture gets very, very difficult. So let's take a look a little bit more about how some of Legion features build into this. So the next piece is data centric. is a key component of Legion and something that makes it unique compared to other models. So Alex? So data is a first class, and so is partitioning. So tasks are designed in Legion to specifically work on a collection of data, and that's very broad, and it's easy to just think of that as a collection of data. It doesn't have to be any particular representation. It can be arrays, you can think of it as structures, it all sort of fits together. But as part of that, for parallelism, those collections can be partitioned into sub-collections, very much like we do distributed memory parallelism today, except the partitioning and reasoning about it is actually a first-class object and a first set of constructs in Legion itself. So there's a sub-language for describing partitioning operations, and then you can take the same data, partition it into different distributions, different breakdowns, and they exist simultaneously within the perspective of the programming system, and you can reason about it independently and build it as hierarchical data structures and other pieces. So the idea being you can actually define your boundary conditions, for example, which nodes you own, which edges you share. Those are all thought of as first-class constructs, and the data is handled by the programming system as its own set of building blocks and recognized as unique instances of partitioned versions of the same data. Okay, so why allow multiple partitions? And one of the key things that Legion was also designed to address was the composition of multiple executing components within an application. So an obvious case is an application has some set of data it owns. You have a library A that you want to do a certain piece of work that is best partitioned in a certain fashion. Library B, in a similar way, needs the same data, but it performs most efficiently in a different partitioned mechanism or fashion. And so you want each of those to be able to work collectively and composed into a full executing application, instead of stopping everything, repartitioning the data for A, and then likewise stopping again, repeating the same process for B. The idea is to keep this wavefront execution we talked about with the task execution working in parallel as it can based on dependencies between library A and B with their own unique and optimized versions of the partition data. Okay, so really quickly, let's look at a little bit about mapping. We talked about it being separate. So until now, the idea of a task, where it might execute the data, where it might live within the architecture has not been discussed. And independently, it's not hard-coded into the implementation of tasks or the partitioning. You can then go through that mapping phase that was that wavefront of working through the streaming task graph as it's being created. And then decide where a task is going to run, where you move the data, how the needed communication is inferred, and then doing it dynamically. So for example, the little task graph on the left there, T1 and T2 get mapped onto a set of CPU architectures, T2 and T3 get mapped onto the GPU, and the data gets partitioned in a certain way and distributed across the memory hierarchy within the machine. And the interesting piece here is per application, per machine, per problem you run per application, you have the ability to change this mapping without changing the lines of source code in the real application. And Alex will touch on that a little bit, but that sort of gives you a high level view of the model and how the pieces work together in the stream of execution. And now we'll go to Alex to take a look at a set of applications and the use of Legion in a couple of places.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. Just want to do a sound check here, make sure people can hear me.
Yep, loud and clear.
Great. So yeah, I'm going to talk about 4 and I'll try to tie it back to the points that that Pat raised. So S3D was the first major application that we worked on when we worked with Jackie Chen's group for a long time. So it's, as Pat mentioned, it's a combustion simulation. It breaks down into 2 parts. You have nearest neighbor communications in the physics. So really, you can think about stencil computations. And then the chemistry is local complex. So depending on the particular chemical reaction that you're simulating, the dependencies between which species will interact and cause other reactions to happen gets to be very elaborate and changes with the particular fuel that you're burning. And the other interesting or difficult, I guess, aspect of S3D is that there's a lot of data for every task, so the computational intensity is quite low. So here's some old from simulating the PRF mechanism on Titan. So the reason for showing Titan numbers is that at that time, there was another accelerated port of S3D to Titan. So they actually had the chemistry running on the GPUs. And so we had something to compare directly against with the Legion version. Since then, the Legion version has kind of displaced other efforts to accelerate S3D. And so there aren't comparison points on Summit and then the more recent machines. So anyway, so there was a separate MPI Fortran S3D that also had GPU kernels, and we had the Legion version. And at small scales, it was about 3 times faster, the Legion version. And that actually, as you went out to the full machine, Legion got even faster relative to the reference, even though they both slowed down in absolute terms, their throughput. And the reason for that was the better handling of asynchrony. So there was less global synchronization, and you're just able to deal much more gracefully with the long latencies on the big machine. And I'll just point out also, this is the first time anybody had done this particular chemical reaction. It was by far the largest and most realistic fuel that had ever been simulated. So some observations here. First of all, it was much more productive for the domain scientists to write code. So we've looking at 3 different versions of S3D. If you look at the C++ Legion versions, about 23,000 lines of code. If you rewrite that in the Legion programming language, Regent, which came along later, it's about half of that. But all of this replaces about 100,000 lines of Fortran and MPI. So, and the reason for that is you don't have to talk about the parallelism, synchronization, and data movement in these codes. And that's all taken away from the programmer and managed by the system. And that both makes the code more abstract and easier to port, but also you have obviously just less code to write and fewer things that you have to deal with. Pat mentioned that the mapping can be changed even on you could have multiple mappings even for the same application, and we exploit that in S3D. I mean, for different chemical reactions, the balance between the chemistry and the physics changes. And so we actually do use different mappings, say for PRF and something like heptane. There's a much simpler chemical mechanism. And this is a place where we really exploit the late binding of performance and mapping decisions. I mean, basically the code is written and then we are able to quickly iterate through different mappings to try to find a good one. And this is a lot of the secret sauce. It's not that you couldn't write this in another system, it's that you don't have to make a lot of changes to experiment with the performance critical aspects. So it's very quick to iterate on different choices and to see why things are performing well or not, and then try something else. So Soleil X, it was another simulation, very different one. This is a multi-physics simulation of a solar collector. Involves fluid, particles, and radiation. It was the Stanford PSAP2 Center code. This was the first, I think, major application that was written 100% in Regent. It's only about 8,000 lines of Regent to support all of this. Showing some weak scaling numbers here on Sierra. And I'll just comment that until you get to 8 nodes, you don't have the full communication, the full distributed communication pattern. So really that drop at 8 nodes is just because you're finally got the 3rd dimension distributed. And then after that, the weak scaling stays pretty flat out to a fairly large number of nodes. The more important thing I think about this slide is just the large number of different machines that this code ran on. And it was absolutely routine to port to new machines. And in fact, when machines would go down for maintenance, frequently people would just switch over to another machine and continue their work with the current version of the code. And so we were always machine to machine, depending on where we had allocation, depending on what machine was up, depending on what particular experiments we wanted to do. And so, the portability story, really worked out well in this particular project. One quick picture of the Soleil X task graph here, and this one's useful because it kind of breaks down the three components into their individual task graphs: the radiation, the fluid, and the particles. And you can see a little bit about how Legion overlaps the three. Also worth pointing out that this is a good example of where we relied heavily on Legion's ability to have simultaneous different views, different partitions of the same data for different pieces of the application. So the radiation piece, looked had a different partitioning of the grid than the fluid piece, and all the translation of between those views when you would switch from by the runtime system, figuring out what parts of the data were actually needed by the different tasks in the different components of the simulation. So this was really composed at a high level out of three big chunks: radiation, fluid, and particles, which are then just three large task graphs that got glued together with all the data movement discovered and figured out by the runtime system. Switching gears, talk a little bit about deep learning. So one of the biggest changes in the last couple of years has been the development of a deep learning framework based on Legion called FlexFlow. And the important idea here is that FlexFlow exploits Legion's ability to partition data in all kinds of interesting ways. In fact, FlexFlow will partition every layer, the data for every layer of the network in potentially in a different way to optimize performance. And FlexFlow actually conducts a search over all the possible ways. No, I shouldn't say it tries them all, but it conducts a search in a very large space of possible partitionings of each layer to find a very good partitioning strategy for a specific network. All right. And this has turned out to be really critical to scaling certain applications, particularly one we've focused on is the Candle, an ECP project. And here you can see that if you take the kind of standard partitioning or standard parallelization strategies used in the machine learning community, namely data parallelism and model parallelism, you don't really get past one node on Summit. And FlexFlow discovers a completely different way of chopping up the data that happens to do a good job for this particular network and gets you scalability out to a much larger number of nodes and accelerators. And I should really specifically about the TensorFlow and its implementation. If we take FlexFlow and use it with data parallelism or model parallelism, we get the same kind of scalability that you get with TensorFlow. So it really is about the parallelization strategy that's used. That is the key thing here, and the ability to express very different partitionings of the data and to try them out rapidly is a key thing, for this particular, at least for this particular project. Last one, another library that's been built recently on top of Legion is a drop-in replacement for NumPy and Pandas. And this is a general framework for Python, accelerating Python libraries called Legate that's been developed by NVIDIA and released as a product. And so this is going back to the motivation at the beginning from the industry side. This is providing access to supercomputers to people with little or no HPC background, so you can write a program and then drop in the Legate NumPy implementation, and Legate will automatically break up your NumPy operators into tasks, automatically partition the collections, the NumPy arrays, and distribute them across a machine, and then Legion will manage all of that, and you will have a distributed parallel NumPy program. Okay, and same thing for the Pandas data processing. And this relies extremely heavily, again, on the ability to partition data in kind of arbitrary ways, but it also relies on the ability to make dynamic decisions. So the fact that we construct the task graph dynamically and create and handle arbitrary dynamic control flow is crucial to dealing with Python programs. Here's this one example. So this is another simulation. So there's popular course in fluid flow, written in Python, and here the final exercise, which is to write a full Navier-Stokes simulation. It's a 2D simulation, but a rather complicated one. It's about 200 lines of NumPy, and here, it's automatically scaled out to over 2,000 A100 GPUs. So just to summarize the important ideas, data partitioning is a first-class concept in Legion. So data can be partitioned in almost arbitrary ways, and you can have multiple partitions of the same data so that different parts of the program can have their own view onto the data that suits them. Dynamic task graph construction. So these task graphs are built on the fly, and there's a lot of support in Legion for dynamic decision making. Late binding decisions it has been really proven to be a big productivity win in terms of being able to write a program and then tune it and port it to different machines. And finally, a compositional model. So one thing that's good about task graphs is they're inherently compositional. So if you have two task graphs, it makes complete sense to put them together and you have another task graph. So you can build complex stacks of software and compose them in a straight. And I talked about some applications at scale in simulation and deep learning and data analytics. So with that, just mention that there's a bunch of other ongoing work, developing more libraries. We didn't talk about interoperability at all. I know that's a question that often comes up. I'll just say that we have invested quite a bit in that. We're porting Legion to the exascale machines. That's ongoing work. And I will give the rest here for people who might be interested if they want to ask a question on any of these other points. So we'll stop there and happy to take questions.
Thanks, Alex and Pat. Vint and then Jack.
I knew this was going to be interesting, so thank you much for taking us through it. I have some naive questions that probably based on the fact that I probably haven't fully taken everything on board. If you, it's one thing to partition the data so that it's independently touched by different processors and the changes don't have to be reflected anywhere. It's something else where you got to propagate all the consequences of the calculation elsewhere. Some of that's taken care of with the task graph so that it knows when it's allowed to start calculating something new based on earlier calculations. But the thing I did not understand is the possibility that you created parallel computation, each of which is going after the same data. If you replicate the data so that they don't get interfered with by two different processors touching the same piece of data, then afterwards you got to figure out how to reflect the changes in the replicated data. So you can see where I'm a bit confused about exactly what assumptions you're making when you make a partition.
Yeah, so it's a great question, Vint, and the reason you didn't understand is because we kind of skipped over that part. So to answer your question, so the semantics of Legion, and I'm going to simplify things a little bit, is essentially sequential semantics. So that source code we showed at the beginning that looked like a sequential program, you should get the right answer at the end as if it were a sequential execution. And so then one of the heavy pieces of computation the runtime system has to do is to figure out the conflicts between tasks. So if one task represents the blob of data and another task references a different blob of data, in a world where you can have arbitrary partitions and multiple of them, those two blobs might intersect in some interesting way, and that has to be detected. So those dependencies have to be caught by the runtime system and then the appropriate edges added. Okay, and so that will force things to run in the right order. But then in addition, the runtime system has to insert whatever communication is needed to perform you indicated. So if two tasks are referencing overlapping data, then the system not only has to detect that, it has to compute that intersection. And then when the first task finishes, move the updated data to the second task. And so that is all handled by the system. And you can imagine that you can write some pretty terrible programs that way. I mean, so you can certainly write programs that perform very poorly, but you can also write programs that really leverage that. and in particular, the runtime system also has quite a bit of caching in it. So if you're in a repetitive computation where you are the same tasks are touching the same data repeatedly, it will learn very quickly what the overlaps are, and then and not have to recompute that on every iteration. So that's one of the ways, for example, that we mitigate that cost. The other way we mitigate that cost, having the runtime system run ahead of the application. So Pat showed those task graph building, analysis, and execution wavefronts. So we like the runtime system in these simulations, for example, to be several iterations ahead in terms of building the graph and scheduling where everything is going to run. When we want to be ahead of where the execution is. Okay, and so a lot of that analysis is being done well before the execution wavefront with where that information is actually needed. Okay, so does that answer your question?
It does. I have another, but I'll wait for others.
All right, Jack.
Okay, Alex and Pat, let me compliment you first on your achievement to attract what I'll call real users to your system. Here in the mountains of Tennessee, we have a similar system called Parsec, and we're having some problems attracting those users. But my question is about the broader impact and how can we educate users and grow the user community to convince or attract people to use this different programming model?
Yeah, so Jack, I think that is the heart of the question. I mean, I think that is right on the money. And I think about Pat and I think about this a lot. I'm sure you do too. I've always subscribed to the view that kind of demonstrations are the way. And if you can show people kind of over and over again that you actually can get the results you want, that you actually do write less code, that it actually is easier, that eventually you will make progress. But there's huge social kind of stable ecosystem out there, and you're peeling people off a few at a time at the start. Hopefully that starts to that begins to snowball at some point as you build a critical mass of users. So specifically in the case of Legion, I think one of the we still need to write more documentation. We still need to generate more materials that people can use to learn this. I think the education part of it is really the crux, and we're going to be focusing a lot on that, in the next year or two.
All right, Tony, I think you get the last question.
Okay, yes, it's just to Alex and Pat. I thought that was really very interesting, very exciting. And as to getting users, we've been developing what we call scientific machine learning benchmarks using curated real experimental data set stuff. And so what we'll try and do is, and we've been using TensorFlow and PyTorch. So I'll see if I can get our team to actually try and use Legion and see how we do. And if it works better, you have actually some measure of the improvement on certain applications anyway. So it was very exciting, and we'll try and see if we can come up with some applications.
Great. Yeah, feel free to reach out to us, Tony. We have Slack channels and the mailing list and stuff. We're happy to dive in and engage with you guys.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot.
All right, Barbara, please be quick. We are
Yep.
behind.
Yeah, I'm being a bit cheeky. So first of all, yes, it's really, really interesting stuff. So thank you for the talk. Very quick, briefly, can you say just a little more about the status of Regent? Because that seems like a significant simplification of the application developer effort, right?
Yeah, so Regent is a language for Legion. Its goal is always to provide all the same Legion features to support the full programming model. Often, because it's a programming language that has its own compiler, we can automate some aspects of the programming model and hide those. Have even a higher level of abstraction from the user. But basically, it's supposed to reflect the same functionality as. It's there. It is current. It's being used actively today. The PSAP 3 Center, the next iteration of the PSAP Center at Stanford, is using it. I will say that that is an example. One of the first examples I say where we didn't have to hold anybody's hand to get the codes written. I mean, they've been off working on the code, and in the space of 6 months, they went from nothing to having a fully functional multi-physics simulation. and running at scale on supercomputers. And so we're able to stand up a new code very quickly in the most recent iteration. And of course, that's a group that has used Regent before, and so there's been quite a bit of experience. But it's an ongoing project. I guess that's the status.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you both. Let's move on to our last presentation, which is some early service updates on Perlmutter, and I'll turn the floor over to Jack.
All right, thanks. Let me just share my screen. Does everything look okay, and can you hear me okay?
Yes, on both counts.
Okay, perfect. All right, so hi all. I'm Jack Deslip. I lead the application performance group at NERSC, and so I just wanted to first of all thank Christine and the other organizers for inviting me to talk today, and thanks to everyone for sticking around here until the end of the program to listen in. I'm going to be telling you about something I'm really excited about. And that's the early science on Perlmutter and what we've been up to at NERSC to get applications up and running well on the system. To start with, I want to tell you sort of a little bit about the Perlmutter system itself. So here is how Perlmutter fits into the overall NERSC system roadmap. NERSC is, of course, the Mission HPC Center for the DOE Office of Science, and what Perlmutter represents is our second step in the transition of our broad user base, more about that later, to energy efficient architectures like exascale and beyond. And this transition is something that really began with the Cori Intel Xeon Phi powered system that we had deployed back in 2016. So here are some of the details of Perlmutter. We designed Perlmutter as a heterogeneous system that was really optimized for science, not necessarily for benchmarks, but HPC, it's an HPE Cray system with 4 times the capability of Cori. It's GPU accelerated, the first real sort of production GPU accelerated system at NERSC with GPU, CPU nodes, as well as some CPU only nodes. It'll have the Cray it has the Cray HB slingshot, all flash file system, which I think is really exciting. And what I'm going to talk about in the bulk for the bulk of this presentation is our application readiness program, which we call NESAP. It stands for the NERSC Exascale Science Application Program, and some of the science that we've been getting out early on the system. So this is sort of a schematic of what I just sort of told you about. So the GPU nodes have one A100 GPU, or sorry, one Milan CPU and 4 A100 GPUs, I should say. That's a total of 160 gigabytes of HBM, 40 per GPU, with additional DRAM on the nodes. The CPU partition, which will be coming in sort of the winter of this upcoming winter, will have the same Milan CPUs, but it will have 2 CPUs and 256 gigabytes of DRAM on the node. As I mentioned, we designed Perlmutter as sort of this heterogeneous system optimized for science, not necessarily for benchmarks, of course, but Perlmutter did land on the top 500 and related lists at ISC this year. And it started off on the top 500 at number 5, and notably, we're number 6 on the Green 500, and it represents the most energy efficient system in terms of gigaflops per watt of the top 10 systems on the list. I want to give a shout out to our systems team that has been doing a really fantastic job bringing the system up. Bringing in new systems always comes with challenges, and this year brought sort of even more than usual with a new OS, a new network, and the pandemic. So the work that my colleagues have put in has been extraordinary, and we hope it will benefit not just NERSC, but will make the deployment of Frontier and Aurora go smoothly. So here's how the specs line up next to the Cori system. You can see that it's kind of bigger, better, faster in essentially every dimension. That covers the node performance all the way down to the all-flash file system. One thing that these specs don't capture is sort of the buzz and excitement in the community for Perlmutter. It hasn't, this hasn't been a hard sell getting people to apply to work with us, to join our hackathons, and to line up for early access. And it's really been sort of fun to watch. So I now want to get to the heart of the presentation here, and that's what we've been doing to transition our workload to Perlmutter, and particularly the GPUs. The context of this is that NERSC is, NERSC has the most broad and most diverse workload of any DOE HPC facility. That means we have sort of many expert users who've had, GPU codes for possibly years, but also many users who've had little GPU experience. And so as the HPC world transitions to exascale-like architectures, I think we at NERSC see it as our responsibility to ensure that the greater computational science community doesn't get left behind. So as I mentioned before, NESAP, the NERSC Exascale Science Application Program, is our application readiness program for preparing our workload for these new systems. And our strategy has been to partner with a set of application development teams and vendors to collaborate at a pretty deep level to port and optimize their key applications that are of sort of importance to the Office of Science, and then share what we learn through these deep dives with the greater NERSC community via documentation, via training session, via hands-on hackathons, and that sort of thing. And we'll talk a little bit about more about that later. So the teams that we do select to work kind of directly with, what they have access to are our NERSC staff sort of technical expertise. They're eligible to have a postdoc paired with them, as well as access to vendor application engineers, hackathons, and early access to relevant hardware, like the GPU nodes, for example, on Cori and the Perlmutter system as it's arrived. So here are the teams that we selected to work with as part of the top tier of the NESAP program, and we chose them to represent different science and different algorithmic areas, as well as different types of codes and different sort of algorithmic motifs, I guess I'll say. And then in addition to that, we have 29 tier 2 NESAP teams, which get access to a lot of the same resources. They get access to some of our internal hackathons. They get access to the early hardware, but we don't commit a specific FTE count or a specific staff or postdoc count to the project. One of the things I want to highlight about Perlmutter is that I think it's the HPC system for the community that will essentially support every GPU programming model. I think we're taking kind of a practical approach to programming models and languages and frameworks on Perlmutter. We realize that some of our code teams do already have GPU ports. They might be using CUDA or CUDA Fortran or OpenACC. And then we're also sort of pushing forward some of the newer programming models that folks are using to target GPUs when they're sort of starting from scratch. And so like the OpenMP offload approach, Kokos and Raja are clearly gaining a lot of traction. And then importantly, a HIP application will be able to execute on Perlmutter, as well as a DPC++ or SYCL application because of some NRE, non-recurring engineering that we have with CodePlay to really enable that for the A100 GPUs. So one of the other very important programming models for Perlmutter is the OpenMP 4.5 and 5 runtimes that support offloading to the GPU. And so in order to make sure that that programming model, which in many ways is sort of a continuation of the work that teams might have been doing to add OpenMP and threading to their codes for Cori, is performant on Perlmutter, we engaged with NVIDIA directly through this NRE to make sure that a subset of the OpenMP features that we sort of came up with together with NVIDIA, as well as community members like the ECP Solve team, are available and performing well on the Perlmutter system through the new NVIDIA HPC compiler and library stack. So as I mentioned, we really engaged a lot with the ECP Solve team, created some OpenMP test suites and mini apps that have been used by this project for validation. And 5 of the NESAP application teams were directly partnered in this effort to test and develop the offload directives. And I think this work has paid off, and the production OpenMP offload compiler was released earlier this year and as part of the NVIDIA, the new NVIDIA HPC SDK. Another activity that I think has been really central to our application readiness effort is are the hackathons. So, I think hackathons have really proven to be a highly effective tool for preparing apps for the new architectures and new systems. I like to say that I think it's almost because of sociological reasons rather than any sort of technical reasons. But getting people in an environment surrounded by others with similar goals and away from their day job or their inbox for a few days, I think just has a really positive impact. We've been sort of running 2 types of hackathons as we've been preparing for Perlmutter. Hackathons that are part of our Center of Excellence, and those have been quarterly hackathons with about 2 to 3 NESAP teams, as well as Cray and NVIDIA engineer support, sort of partnered with each one of those teams to sort of help answer questions in real time and sort of solve some of the trickier problems with analyzing what the tools are saying and things like that. And then we've been partnering with the public GPU Hackathon series, which you can find at gpuhackathons.org, that NVIDIA leads. And these are hackathons all over the country, really actually all over the world. I'm sort of proud to say that NERSC provided more team mentors than any other institution to worldwide events in 2020. And essentially anybody is allowed to sort of apply for apply for a spot at one of these hackathons. There's usually about, maybe on average 10 teams per hackathon. And I think this is great because it allows us to reach NERSC teams that are kind of all around the country or, potentially all around the world. One thing that I do want to highlight is that, the pandemic, it was obviously pretty disruptive to these events. You can't just have, 50 people gather in a conference room throughout the course of the last year. So we adapted sort of the format of these hackathons for the COVID work from home environment. And instead of just doing, 5 full days nonstop on Zoom, we've moved to a model where for the public hackathons, we kind of split it into 1 or 2 preparation days and then shorter sprints afterwards. And then for our private hackathons, we've moved to a series that has been sort of spread out over 6 to 8 weeks. So kind of still intense sessions for sort of 1 day a week, and then clear kind of action items to move into the next week. And we've gotten a lot of positive feedback about that, and we think that some of the features of this format were popular and effective enough that we plan to incorporate them into our future hackathons. One of the ways that we're trying to take what we learned by these partnerships with application teams and have the greater community kind of benefit from the lessons learned and the kind of tools and case studies that we've been able to put together is by sort of thinking about that problem specifically and identifying improvements that or places that we can invest that do sort of scale. And so those include investments and collaborations around programming models. I sort of mentioned Coco, Sickle, and some of these, OpenMP, OpenACC, and Fortran, where we have a lot of activity. Some ways to reach a good number of our users is to make sure that big community codes, things like VASP and CP2K and Quantum Espresso and LAMPS, are optimized and just available on the system for our users to kind of load as a module and execute. We've spent a lot of time trying to lower the barrier to entry to understanding your performance via tools. And one of the things that we've championed over the last 5 to 10 years is the roofline performance model that Sam Williams from the lab's computational research division sort of pioneered. And one of the reasons we like it is not because it basically tells you a ton of new information that no other performance tool could tell you, but because it presents it in a way that allows people to kind of get over the activation energy or the barrier for profiling that that often exists with more kind of complicated interfaces. So we find that this is a great way to kind of frame the performance conversation with our users, and it's something that they can very quickly grasp, and it kind of pulls them in to want to know more. So we had previously worked with Intel to integrate roofline modeling into their performance tools. And then over the last couple of years, we've worked with NVIDIA to integrate the roofline analysis into the Insight performance tool. And that's a screenshot that you can see right here of the Insight tool, just kind of automatically producing these roofline performance results. And then, of course, what we're doing is we're taking the lessons learned from each of our engagements with these NESAP teams, and we're putting it into documentation that's available on the NERSC sort of documentation hub. We're doing training events, we're holding workshops, and of course, I mentioned the hackathons that are happening all over the country and really all over the world that we're engaging with our broad user community. So I'm going to kind of turn over now to talk a little bit about the applications. And just to kind of summarize where we're at in general, what we've done is we've kind of come up with a categorization where we have 6 different buckets for the applications that use NERSC, that is data, sort of non-machine learning data, electronic structure calculation, so this is like DFT, learning, machine learning and AI, molecular dynamics, or really kind of n-body calculations. Particles and grids is kind of like the catch-all for you know, sort of grid-based methods, as well as like particle and cell applications, and as well as climate applications. And then LQCD is sort of the lattice QCD space. And so we've used Perlmutter and some previous GPU performance measurements to estimate and extrapolate a system-wide throughput speedup for Perlmutter versus the Edison system. So that's 2 generations back at NERSC. That would be the NERSC 7 system. And we're able to project that applications in these 6 different categories would have a throughput increase of over 20x compared to Edison. So there's representative apps in at least in all of these 6 categories that can achieve that level of throughput increase. So now I'm going to get to some of the science examples of some of the early teams that are running on Perlmutter. I want to start by highlighting 2 of our collaborations with big experimental or data science facilities. And so the first is DESI. It stands for the Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument. And it's particularly sort of notable that this is running on Perlmutter, given that the namesake of Perlmutter is Dr. Saul Perlmutter, who discovered that not only is the universe expanding, but is expanding at an increasing rate. And that sort of led to the coining of the term dark energy. And so, partly because of that work, scientists believe that 70% of the universe is dark energy. And I don't think anybody really has a good idea at this point about what that is. And so the DESI instrument will be sending NERSC data sort of every night for 5 years, and this data will be used to construct the most detailed 3D map of the universe to date, and to better understand the nature of dark energy. And so we've been working with this application team and with this sort of stack of their data analysis pipeline. And this was something that's implemented at a high level in Python, but through the collaboration with NERSC, the team completed a pretty major refactor of the CPU code and an initial GPU port in the 2020 timeframe, and then they've continued to optimize that over time. So some of the major optimizations here include using the MPS multiprocess service on the GPUs to really make sure that they're saturating the GPU utilization, and then taking advantage of batched linear algebra operations, and overlapping the I/O with communication. And so at the end of the day, you can see that we're at a 25x improvement in per node throughput using Perlmutter compared to Edison, and also about a 25x speed up over just the first the first GPU port of the application. So the XFL is our next partnership with a experimental facility that I want to highlight. And so X-ray free electron lasers are important for a number of different kind of materials characterization purposes. And XFL is a project that is headed by the folks at SLAC, in particular for the use at their LCLS and upcoming LCLS2 beamlines. And so, I think what the folks that are kind of using those beamlines have noticed that they really would require to get the most out of their time is that they would like to be able to do real-time data analysis to make decisions, not when they go home, when they leave the beamline and go home to their institution, but in real time during the data collection and during ongoing experiments. And since the data collection rates are really outpacing the computational resources at the sites themselves, what we're finding is that this requires a super facility approach where you kind of combine the resources of the light source and the HPC facility to accomplish something you couldn't do with either of the two independently. So in the last 2 years, we've been working with this team, and we've developed a really highly scalable GPU application for these Bragg for I guess 2 different applications. The first I'll talk about on this slide is for these X-ray diffraction experiments. And so there's a code here, CCTBX and NanoBragg. And the result of this is pretty astounding, that they've improved the runtime from hours on the EDA system to essentially 2 minutes on a Perlmutter system. So what you're seeing here is also some strong scaling numbers that were done on the Summit system as we were preparing for Perlmutter. And then in addition to that, I think one of the science applications that really kind of justifies the need for sort of XFEL facilities is SPI, these single particle imaging techniques. And we've worked with the teams on a team on the software to GPU accelerate and speed up the processing of this analysis as well. And you can see going from a CPU only application down to a GPU accelerated application made about a 2.4x difference, but particularly accelerating the slicing and the orientation matching steps, with some of the other steps sort of remaining to be tackled or to be accelerated. I next want to talk about sort of 2 material science applications that have both been recognized as Gordon Bell finalists over the last 2 years. So one that is a Gordon Bell finalist for the upcoming SC21 conference is a record scale MD calculations with lamps. And so this was a collaborative effort between the University of South Florida, Sandia, NERSC, and NVIDIA. And I think one of the really impressive outcomes here is that they've been able to do high fidelity billion atom molecular dynamics simulations, an order of magnitude actually increase over some of the results that were presented just a year ago. Interestingly here, they're using interatomic potentials or interatomic forces called SNAP that are machine learned. There's a COCOS implementation for lamps that's used in production. And at this point, they've achieved 11.24 petaflops on Perlmutter on 1024 nodes, about 2/3 of the machine. And so this is one of the bigger earlier calculations that's been done. If you look at the strong scaling that they've achieved, you can see the comparison of the strong scaling of this lamps application on Summit here in blue, Selene, which is an internal NVIDIA system, and Perlmutter. So as a function of the GPUs, of course, you're seeing the generational gap between the A100s and the V100s here, but also very good scaling. Another material science application to highlight is the work that we're doing with the Berkeley GW team. So, one of the potential modes towards quantum computing or towards qubit design is through sort of isolated defects, sort of regularly placed in crystals, and kind of an understanding of that really requires accurate descriptions of the quantum states that are kind of localized and often within what's called like the band gap of these materials. And so what that requires is accuracy beyond density functional theory, accuracy beyond what you would commonly get from like VASP and quantum espresso. And that's what the GW method provides. And so what this team has been able to utilize the GPUs to do is reach sort of unprecedented simulation sizes, or thousands of atoms. And that's what's really necessary to describe the defects and the defect states in these materials. So this was recognized as a Gordon Bell finalist in 2021, this NESAP team was. And of course, Perlmutter was not around in 2021, so the work was being done on Summit. But the team has now turned their attention to Perlmutter and is running on Perlmutter. And you can see they again seeing nice speed ups between the V100 GPUs and the A100 GPUs that are in the Perlmutter system. So next example is Exabiome. So this is what we call a metagenomics application. And so I'm not an expert in this field, but the way that it's described to me is that, these are microbes, that these are single cell organisms that live in like animals and people's guts and part of it in the environment. And then there are microbiomes, which are sort of communities of these living in our environment. And then the field of metagenomics is the attempt to kind of sequence these entire communities rather than just sequence a single organism. And this is traditionally pretty difficult to accelerate on GPUs, but our team has made actually quite a lot of progress on some of the key algorithms for metagenomics. The NESAP team wrote what I believe to be the world's fastest GPU aligner, using a lot of clever strategies and particular intrinsics of the available on the V100 and G100 GPUs. And you can see the kind of payoff here, that local assembly piece of the pipeline running on the CPU versus the GPUs. I think these numbers come from Summit nodes, give quite a significant speed up. There's still significant work to do because at large scales, sensitivity to communication latency really dominates, and that's something that is being addressed by the team. So, I think another interesting example is a partnership around accelerating CFD, computational fluid dynamics, with GANs, machine learning techniques on Perlmutter. And what's happening here is something similar to like a super resolution process. So you have a low res simulation that you want that maybe misses some sort of physics that a higher res simulation would capture. So maybe some of the eddy physics, for example, in a turbulent flow. And so one of the challenges is how can you use machine learning to kind of capture that? And so I think the clever work that the NESAP team has done here is to basically do this, not to kind of do it as a step-by-step basis. So at a given time step, you you upscale and apply your machine learning model. And then before you take your next time step, you do the downscaling. And at every single time step, you do this in order to make sure that the higher resolution physics is included. And you can kind of see the proof sort of in the pudding in this picture here, that this column here, which is labeled truth, kind of represents the ground truth of if you just had done the simulation at the higher fidelity or the higher resolution. The MLPDE is the solution with this machine learning upscaling, and the right here would be if you just try to do some sort of naive upscaling, and you can see you're missing a lot of the finer details in the result. And importantly, we think Perlmutter is a great system to run these machine learning workflows. So what you're seeing here is sort of the difference in the training time on Perlmutter versus Cori, but also the inference in a sort of mixed simulation and AI application like this benefits nearly as much from the newer GPUs. Okay, so that brings me to kind of the end of the talk, and so I just wanted to finish with a few key takeaways that I hope that you kind of walk away from the talk with. And so one is that NERSC has been successful in preparing really a significant number of key Office of Science applications for Perlmutter. And I think some of the keys to success were engaging early and providing access to the GPU technologies and the relevant architectures. Embedding postdocs with the team has been really beneficial. For example, the work that I just showed on that what is called FlowGAN, or accelerating the CFD with GANs, was really led by a postdoc. And hackathons, I think, primarily for sociological reasons, are really productive events that can kind of push teams forward quickly. So that said, I think we're not done, and we're continuing to engage with the broad community to enable the use of Perlmutter productively. And one of the things I would like to really encourage the community to do is join us by signing up for hackathons that are happening kind of all over the country. Even virtually, but there's sort of a host all over the country in the next year or two. I think one of the things that we've learned through our various engagements is that GPU optimizations, which generally involve things like increasing parallelism, understanding and minimizing data movement. I guess I shouldn't say code movement, data movement. Really continue on some of the same themes from our optimization process for Cori and the Intel Xeon Phi processors. And I think one thing that we're kind of really happy to report is that OpenMP and then C++ frameworks like Cocos, et cetera, are really becoming viable performance portability options for applications. And so with that, I will end, and I can take questions.
Thanks, Jack. Are there questions for Jack?
If there isn't, I have one. I'm Greg White.
Sure, go ahead, Greg.
Thanks very much. Jack, thank you for, of course, another very interesting talk, super interesting machine coming. My question is about how it might be used for doing what you mentioned for XFL processing and giving results in real time back to an experiment in situation which isn't days later, but possibly minutes later. So help me understand, because I don't have much experience with this, but how would that go? Do you provide something like a huge REST interface, or do you have some sort of a distributed job submission model where really a GUI that's running in a control room in a FEL facility can submit a job and get results back?
Yeah, so that's sort of exactly the direction that we've been moving in. So NERSC has had what we call a super facility project that has been sort of executing over the last few years to develop, one piece of the project has been developed exactly that sort of REST API that you're talking about. So there is just within the last year been an initial release of that sort of overall NERSC API. And it does allow people to kind of programmatically check the status of the system and to reserve and execute jobs. So in practice, how this will work is that Beam when somebody applies for time at a Beam line, they might concurrently try to apply for a certain amount of compute at the partner HPC facility, like in this case NERSC, and then their experiment could utilize the API to kind of analyze and then bring back to them some initial results as they're kind of collecting data.
Marvelous. Thanks very much indeed. I'll look into that.
All right, any other questions for Jack? Well, it was a great talk. I don't think you should take the lack of questions for lack of interest at the end of a long day.
Right.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments that people want to raise before we adjourn the meeting? Not just from ASCAC, but from any other participants? All right, seeing none, thank you all for a great meeting and some great conversations. We stand adjourned.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, everyone. You can sign up to be notified about ASCAC meetings on the ASCAC website. If you've been looking for that, we finally got it working. So there's a link there now. The next one will be probably January or February of 2022. Thanks, everyone.
Bye all.
Thank you very much, Dan.